Discovery, go and throttle up.
Controller in his steady grip. Virtual stars start to slip. Every launch a fearless trip.
Okay, that's enough. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? I I'm not doing very good. I'm not doing well. I'm not doing well. That whole standing thing is not doing good. Not doing good. Yep. Take another rest day? No, no, no. I'll just sit here in the chair. Dude, we'll do this thing that we used to do all the time, the playing video games thing. We'll do that. Um, Sounds like an inflamed disc or something. Yeah, pretty much. I have a partially herniated disc in my back. That's what happens. And sometimes the way your muscles move, right? The way my muscles move back there, it'll tweak it. It'll hit the nerve and just, yeah, my back basically locks up. I become about as mobile as a 70-year-old man. Yeah, it's really sucks. It's not fun. But it is what it is. Yeah, it happens. Love to see you play retro games sometimes. Yeah. Kerbal is a retro game at this point. Wiping is the worst thing when that happens. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's really not fun not being able to clean yourself. Heating pad, I've spent all night. I basically stopped the stream and lied down in bed with the heating pad and painkillers for the rest of the night. Does being a big dude make it worse? Yeah, yeah, cryo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that is the reason why I have back problems. I can't really fit in anything. So I constantly have to like slouch over. Like if I sit up straight in the car, for instance, it doesn't matter if it's the Mustang, doesn't matter what car. The top of the windshield is basically right here, and the roof is like right here. Like if I sit up straight in a car, I can't see out the windshield, even with the seat like all the way down and all the way back. It is what it is. Trucks I fit just fine. Not the 59 though. The 59 I kind of have to do this to look out the windshield. My eye line is at the top of the windshield in the 59. The F250 though, and the F350, yeah, no problem. I can fit into that just fine. That's why I like driving it around because I don't have to slouch over. How tall are you again? 6'4". Yeah, so like yeah, world ain't made for tall dudes. But not that I'm complaining. Being tall is awesome. Freaking rules. Disc surgery? Garrett, I don't think there's anything to fix down there, dude. Once you pinch a disc, there's not. I mean, they could fuse them, I suppose. But that'll just screw my mobility even more. Holy crap. ZR1X makes 1250 horsepower and goes 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. That's pretty good. I'm stretching my back right now. Stretching it out. Yeah. They confuse them and then you can't bend at all. Yeah, exactly. I'd rather keep the mobility and take the pain. It really just like I said, it comes from bad posture. I mean, I heard it a long time ago, but this kind of stuff comes from bad posture and bad lifting. I think I tweaked it. Sometimes you tweak it when you sleep. Usually I wake up probably like 2 to 3 times in the middle of the night. Feel like a feeling I'm being stabbed in the back. You get used to it after a while. Just back pain problems. So getting a good night's sleep is not something that usually happens. And you know, if you tweak it, when you sleep, you wake up, there's really not much you can do. Except take like a painkiller or something. In which case those things make you irritable as hell. I'm sure you've seen that before on here. You ever had a massage? Yes. I think what I need to do is just work on my posture. Guys, I think we should just start there. Just sit up straight. Just sit up straight and get into shape will probably be a good, that's your best hedge against it. But yeah, I'll think of something, dudes. For now, I'm pretty much not mobile. Can't really move. It took a while to come out here today, which is not, that's embarrassing. Can't work on the car. Yeah. Sucks. Round is a shape. Yeah. Channel point used for posture check. I'll take care of it, man. Yeah, we need some core strength. I gotta do sit-ups, but I can't do sit-ups right now. Will a belt that powerlifters help? Will a belt that powerlifters use sometimes help? Yeah. Yeah, I have one right here. And actually, you reminded me to put the damn thing on. I had this in the damn heating pad last night. Oh. Dude, it hurts to breathe. Yeah. It sucks, man. No fun. You don't want this. Trust me. Take care of your back. Just put this on my shirt so people don't keep asking what the hell it is. Okay. All right, dudes. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts to breathe, dude. It sucks. No, I don't have to, Nova. Is it a clickbait? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, I wanna there's a couple of mods that people have been telling me about that I want to check out in KSP today. Just, I just want to check in. We'll see where this takes us, dudes. So much for locking in and streaming a lot in June. Man, every time I try to lock in and stream for a long time, I mean, we did it for a couple of weeks, but then yeah, it's just crazy. Just stop being tall. Oh, believe me, my back is really making sure that I'm not. Can I shamefully plug Kerbal Colonies? Well, Hallenguard, that's what piqued my interest. Did you open your present? No, it's a birthday present. I'm gonna wait for my birthday. Same boat, same problem, same symptoms. 28 years of documented back pain. Everyone is different, but walk on uneven terrain, stairs, and swim, lift with legs. Yeah. Pain never goes away, dude. It's always there. Yep, it never goes away. Yesterday I was saying, like, don't get old. No. You can get old. That's fine. Take care of your back. Take care of your back. Don't be an idiot. I heard this on the loading dock. Trying to lift stuff because I wanted to do the most amount of work. I wanted to lift this. I wanted to lift that. I lifted an 18,000 BTU air conditioner, and I did lift it. Could never do it again, but I did lift it. Hey, you gonna derail the stream with watching fascinating planes again? No, we'll just build them in KSP this time. THC works only for a second, Sawyer. Painkillers are what get rid of it. Painkillers, but the best thing to get rid of it is not slouching over like what I usually do. Yeah, this isn't working right now. Oh God, ow. The back brace isn't working because it's making it hard to breathe and it's putting pressure on my spine. That's not cool. I don't like that at all. Oh, jeez. Yeah, freaking hurts to breathe if you sit up straight, which is really annoying. All right. We'll use the back brace later if we need it, or I'll go get the heating pad. All right. Anyway, and guys, I've been dealing with this for a long time. I don't like talking about it on the stream Because the second I start talking about it on the stream, everybody has a prescription for it. You're not my doctor. Let's just play KSP, okay? I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's already ruining my focus for the day. It is already hijacking the stream more than I want it to. Let's not do that anymore. All right. Nah, can't see me. I got it. I know what I need to do. I've been pretty much doing it for a long time. Anybody that has this, dude, like, you could be just fine, and then, you'll reach wrong and you'll have a muscle spasm, and then that's it. You're done for a couple of days. It sucks. It sucks a lot. Such is life. Such is life. Yeah, dude, I was fine. Like, my back was fine. Saturday, Sunday. I was doing clean lifts on Saturday or Sunday. At a Father's Day party, and there was a trailer axle, and me and my cousins were like, "Hey, I bet you can't lift that." I'm like, "Dude, I'll lift that." And I was doing clean lifts with it. Back felt great. No, I did not hurt it doing that. If you choose to watch the trailer, the music is copyright for free on YouTube. So yeah, I wanted to check back in Kerbal. That's what I really wanted to do. Something so stupid could set it off. Yeah, Mike, I think I tweaked it when I was sleeping, and I was sitting down in the chair in the racing rig, and I reached up to grab one of the mouses to click on something. I felt it instantly. It popped. I was just like, damn, because I knew exactly what I knew exactly what happened. It's just like, yeah, great, good. Have fun being immobile for the next couple of days. Oh yeah, Hellfish, I'll do that. Yeah, you did. It happens. Yeah, it happens doing the stupidest things, dude. Like, yeah, like I said, on Sunday I was doing clean lifts with a trailer axle, just like, and I felt great. Freaking bench pressing a trailer axle. It wasn't heavy. It's fun. I enjoyed it. I'm like, dang, dude, I gotta work out more. Nope, this day happened. It's great. Good, lovely. Genuinely sorry. It is what it is, Aerodite. It is what it is, man. How's your back today? It's fine. It's not, but it's fine. All right, so I don't even know what the last thing we were doing, dude, was in KSP, but I figure it'd be fun to come in and check. I said we would do this week, so let's get some of the chill music on and. I can't believe Honda did the rocket. Yeah, dude, they did good. Yeah, we're done. It sucks, man. Next, you'll step up to 1-ton axles, right? Yeah. You EJ, who this? What's up, Draw? All right, so. Doing a booster catch? What are you up to in KSP? I wanted to check out a mod that a viewer in Twitch has been telling me about, Halingar. So Halingar, what are we talking about here? Where's the trailer for that dang thing? I mean, the music's copyright, so I'm not gonna. You said the music's copyright, so I'm not gonna check it. But let me just balance the audio. Bring that down a little bit. All right. It is free to use. I don't know It is but free to use. Okay. I don't know how something is but free to use, but is it leg free to use too? Okay. KC team. Here's the trailer for it. Oh, it's we'll do it with we'll do it with chickens. Oh, okay. Cool. Parallax got a major upgrade with Parallax continued. Cool. Oh, sick. It's the same music used in that non-existent game's announcement trailer. That music is permanently ruined for me. That and Howard Jones, too. Yeah, things can only get better. Yeah, okay. Just permanently ruined. So it looks like, Hallengar, you guys took Kerbal constructs to the next level here, huh? So you could just use Kerbal constructs anywhere? But still get to me. Cool. Oh, there you go, Magellan, yeah. So, yeah, this gives us flat surfaces to place down. Yeah, we got buildings for it, too. Look at that. Nice. It's weird seeing a VAB and a HIF on another planet, but all right. Yeah, look at all this. So you have to connect everything, Hellengar, huh? All right, let's take a look. Let's see what we got. Hellengar and AMPW here. After more than half a year of development, we deem Kerbal Colonies to be ready for initial release. Our goal in future iterations is to change how you fundamentally play the game when it comes to colonies and the colonists themselves. Unlike other colony mods, KC uses the Kerbal constructs groups as facilities. That means there are 0 parts in a colony. Kerbal construct has its own facilities, but only on single statics, as they can only cost funds. They also don't use real Kerbals overall, so they aren't really a colony. It's abstracted. I got you. I thought you could already do this with Kerbal constructs. If you could already do this with Kerbal constructs, Sea Kraken, why would they make this? There's clearly a difference. I'm trying to figure out what the difference is, dude. One of the reasons why Casey took so long was because there's a big focus on modularity. The facilities are defined in a config file and contain the name of a Kerbal construct group on Kerbin, which can be copied to your current location when building the facility. The cost can be any resource in the part resource library with any amount that you want. Funds are also supported if available, otherwise ignored. Currently, there are 10 different facility types, including the a colony assembly building, but it's easily expandable. Even other mods should be able to add their own types. If you want to create a new facility, configs or an add-on mod or more facility types, I recommend reading the wiki. So if you look back in KSP, I have a mod called Kerbal Constructs, and we ended up really never using it too much. What I wanted to do with Kerbal Constructs is basically it allows you to expand your space center and place down more buildings. I totally forget how to use it, to be 100% honest with everybody. I have no idea how to use this thing. But, you know, there's like another hangar. Like if you have a hangar over here, you can click on it and you can store a vehicle in the hangar and stuff, like putting it in the garage. You can't click on it here, not in this menu, but you get the idea. Why are the controls inverted? Yeah, it's inverted. That's great. I never realized that. What I wanted to do was use that to build multiple launch pads for mission modes, for the mission mode save. It's something we ultimately never did. So the idea is that I have multiple launch pads for different rockets that are out of render range with each other, right? They're completely out of render range, and you can have different rocket facilities, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool idea. As of right now, we have predefined Kerbal construct groups that we use as facilities for things like ISRU, extraction, building crafts, and in the future you can update individual Kerbal construct statics for a cost. I think one day you should try Kerbal Attach and Kerbal Inventory. It's better than the equivalent systems they put in with stock robotics. When you completely wreck your ship and rebuild a new one out of parts in orbit like Flight of the Phoenix and you make it back home, that's the most satisfying experience you can have in the game. Mayor, Kerbal Attachment System has winches in it, does it not? It has wire, like you can make cranes. I might consider it, dude. Here, do we have a telescoping crane? Yeah, there's one that I never finished. Yeah, winches and all. So you could build like an actual crane and lift stuff up. I might get that just for that, dude. It has winches? No, winches. Difference. Kerbal Roadcraft. Literally. Make a better freaking Roadcraft game than Roadcraft. I still can't believe that, dude. I'm not letting that go. I'm not letting that go. A game about building roads has no heavy equipment that is required to build roads. The only thing it has is the paver, the roller, and a dump truck. How are you gonna build roads with a paver, a roller, a dump truck, and a freaking front end loader? How does that work? Who thought? Like, did nobody bother to? Never. You know what? Never mind. I ain't letting that go. That's what I'm getting at. That's ridiculous. Who thought this was a good idea? You should really check out Out of War. Yeah, maybe we will someday. It's a game about building roads the hard way. Building roads is already difficult. There's no need to make it more difficult. It's made with the OSS NTR and parent terraforming statistics right now because I've never modeled anything, but I'm working on flat structures to build on. I just need to figure out Blender materials. Here. Let me show you. Let me turn the music on. There we go. Jab and Bill. Yeah, out of ore seems cool. We'll try that sometime. But I wanted to mess with KSP today. I remember what I was trying to do here. Just trying to make a little crane. Problem is the crane gimbal locks. If you want some crazy fun, add near Tea's Near Futures pack. I'm alright. No, I'm good. I don't want to go too crazy. So, like, the whole idea... Yeah, that crane should really be stowed right now, but... The whole idea was I built out more flat facilities. Crane really shouldn't be doing that, but that's okay. See, I added an additional flat area. What does restock do, Dink? Arts mods? You have to check out modular launch pads, even if you don't keep it, at least check it out. Is it true that the moon rover cars weren't able to operate on Earth because of the gravity? Not exactly. I shook that dude's hand. No, they could work them down here. They had different tires and stuff, dude. But yeah, they could make it work down there. See, the tires are all different. That is a 1G trainer. It's different. Oh. How is it different? No, except for the tires. Looks pretty real to me. Like I said, the tires are no good. They had to use rubber tires here. That's pretty much it, dude. Still cool though, man. How's your back doing? Oh, terrible. Yeah, really bad, LM. I have a lot of trouble standing up. I have the mobility of like a 70-year-old dude, which really sucks. Not to disparage any 70-year-olds that could be watching. I understand. That's what I'm trying to say. Just got here. What kind of tires did they use on the moon? It's just a wire mesh tire, dude. It doesn't have like air in it because why do you need that? That you don't need to withstand 1G, right? So, and you're not going to pressurize your tires. The reason why you don't pressurize your tires is because that's extra mass. Gonna take all that freaking air up there just to use it in a tire? No. They developed a wire mesh tire with like a steel inner structure to make it stronger, to make the tire stronger in lieu of pressurized air. Do you think the lunar rovers would still work if we brought fresh batteries and installed them? Yeah, sure, why not? Why wouldn't they? Some of the components might be fried, but so yeah, it's like a mesh tire and it has like metal tabs as the tread. It worked. It worked really well, actually. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys one of my favorite pictures. Check this picture from Apollo 17. It's one of my all-time favorite pictures from the Apollo program. Just look at that. Pretty cool, huh? That sucks. Good luck with it. I'll be all right, man. Yeah. Wayne, you love this kind of stuff. Yeah, man. I mean, rarest, I don't see why they wouldn't work. I mean, once again, it's very basic electronics. Like, I'd have to go look at a wire schematic of the dang thing, but as long as it really doesn't have any, like, digital processors or anything on it, I mean, if anything, sorry. If anything, if there's like a DC to DC converter or something on there, that probably wouldn't, you know, like as long as there's no processors or digital chips on it, it should be fine. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Here, real quick. Let's now you piqued my interest. Sure, this information is out. Yeah, see, you have a DC to DC converter. I'd be wondering about that. So it takes the LRV batteries are outputting 36 volts direct current, so 36 VDC, and then this is a DC to DC converter that outputs. Jesus, it outputs four different voltage. Oh my God, what a mess. What a mess. Oofda. So the gyros, you have a gyro here. Oh boy, you're outputting 5, 28, 16, and 115 at 400. I wonder what needs the 115. This might work. It's possible. That thing's probably junk. I mean, it depends, dude. It depends. It says it's a digital processor. I suppose it depends if it's hard-coded or not. If it's a hard-coded processor, maybe. Like, I don't know the exact right way to say it. EEPROM, I think is what it is. Maybe. If it's hard-coded, it might be fine. Yeah, might be fine. Like, the code is actually, like, integrated into the circuit, and it's not like one processor that runs software. Should be okay. Not EEPROM. They didn't have EEPROM back then, just ROM. Yeah, I don't know the right word. Thank you. I'm not sure those directional gyros are gonna be happy, but I mean, they stopped spinning, so who knows? That's why I'm telling you to teach you the right words. Back off, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why this wouldn't work. Like, in fact, I think, you know, something that I always wanted the Artemis program to do is go back, pick one of the landing sites and go and check this stuff. Check on the condition of the components. Check on the condition of the components, right? And see if they're okay. Like, maybe we should go figure this out. I think that would speak volumes as to, you know, it would speak volumes for, like, the longevity of certain lunar equipment. Like, I think they're, okay, once again, guys, I'm not a computer hardware or a computer software guy, right? Like, as I get older, I like more mechanical things, but that's fine. I think you know, if you're designing a piece of equipment to do a certain task, hard coding might be a better solution in space, because if I'm understanding right, you don't have to worry about bit flipping as much if everything is hard coded. If it's hard coded or on a transistor or something, that's not going to break, right? Like, that's not breaking. I think personally we should land at Taurus Littrow, land at Apollo 17 site, pick up right where we left off. I think that's false. I mean, I don't know. Like, you guys tell me. Send Starship and have it bring back one of the rovers. That would be pretty good, man. How much does bit flipping actually happen in space? All the time? So bit flipping is because the radiation. It's because of the radiation, guys. Space has all different types of radiation. I mean, it depends on where you are. If you're in low Earth orbit, there's lesser amounts of radiation there because the magnetic field gets some of it, but there's still a lot. It depends. But different rays of radiation can actually rewrite code. They can, think about this for a second. They can delete a semicolon. Yeah. Don't worry, in case you write in code and you know, you forget that and you have an entire error that doesn't tell you the right syntax, right? Like, oh, it's syntax line 37. It's like, okay. Yeah, space just does that from a software perspective. So like what they do nowadays, like I'll give you an example, what like Falcon 9 does. Falcon 9 runs processors in RAID that are constantly checking against each other. I believe it's called RAID 0. I don't know for sure. Oh, come on, man. Every breath, dude. Unbelievable. Sorry, I gotta stretch my back, dudes. I'm gonna have to do this a couple times during the day. I'm just holding myself up on the chair. Is it RAID 1? Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, I mean, take some ibuprofen. Yeah, I know, man. Next time to do it is at 4. I know it's probably a stupid question, but would standing help? No. Anyway, so, I mean, as long as this stuff is hard-coded, dudes, I don't see why it wouldn't work. I mean, it's not gonna corrode. It doesn't corrode. Stuff doesn't rust in space because there's no oxygen. So, I don't see why it wouldn't. Like, it should be fine. Ooh, SpaceX gave us, we got a single engine static fire yesterday on ship 36. 6-second burn. What kind of hardware did they put on Voyager 1 and 2? Ori, I don't know off the top of my head. I know it's powered by a RTG. Going to see Marshall Space Flight Center this weekend. Hopefully they have something cool. The NASA facility, there's always something cool. Nice, that motor looks pretty dang healthy, dude. So yeah, like Falcon uses RAID 1, not RAID 0. So they have 3 processors in triple redundancy that are all doing the exact same calculations. And if one detects a fault, the other, it checks against the other 2. Running in RAID is really useful for like longevity in space. That was a big thing with Falcon and Dragon back in the day, like when they were being developing it in RAID. Yeah. Dude, can you believe this? All this stuff is running on 5 different voltage. They had a DC to DC converter in that thing that could output 5 different voltages. That's man, foreshadowing. Modern cars have that, dude. Have something like that. Like nowadays, even gasoline cars, there's so many different things that require so many different types of voltages that cars are full of DC to DC converters nowadays. Oh yeah, like a modern car. Like, 'cause the radio uses a different voltage than, you know, like the electric power steering or, you know, the gauges or something, or the braking system uses a different voltage. These things are full of these stupid things. Yeah, your power supply does the same thing. Yeah, that's what that 24-pin connector is for that goes to the motherboard, right? Your 24-pin, and then, yeah, you got the Molex connectors. Yep. Yeah, Ray, I'll take care of it, man. I'm managing as best as I can here, dude. Post Sawyer, 400 hertz at 115 is standard avionics power. So that means they have some standard avionics components, Sawyer, which is pretty neat. Thank you, Geek. So something on here is from an airplane. My guess here. Lunar roving vehicle display. I bet you we can find it. I'll bet you it has something to do with these. Your power meters. Hope your back gets better. Thanks, Ray. I'm gonna have to do this throughout the stream, dudes. I'm sorry. All right. Hurts to breathe. That's really annoying, man. Anyway, cool. Yeah. Good stuff from SpaceX, good stuff from the LRV, good questions. So yeah, I added these Kerbal construct areas so I could build launch pads out here. I have an inversion table, dude. I was using it. It's not... It helps, dude, but once the nerve gets tweaked, man, it just stays like that. There's not much you can do about it. It'll just hurt. Like, that's why I'm here. Guys, like, I'm not... like braving it out, like, oh my gosh, you know, look at how hurt he is. No, I'm not doing any of that. Like, you can't do anything. It's just gonna hurt for the next couple of days. No amount of painkillers or, you know, stretching or whatever. I mean, well good is gonna make the pain go away. That's just what happens when you tweak your back. That's it. You just gotta wait for it to just kind of subside. It's like a debuff on a timer. It lasts a little while and then it'll go away.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Your back hurts as well. Oh yeah? Yeah, it's just the way it is, dude. So don't worry, like, I'm not like here against my will, you know, like, oh my god, look at him. No, it's not anything like that, dude. You just kind of have to sit here and do your thing. Is this a recovery vehicle? Yeah, that's what it is. It's using the U.S. Army's highly expandable mobile tactical truck. It uses a HEMTT design. I use that to recover vehicles and stuff. Like so Methane, I mean, you guys on the YouTube side didn't really know how I played KSP. You guys didn't really get to see that, and hopefully we play more in the future. Dude, like how I did this was like if we had a capsule and the capsule came down and it splashed over here. I mean, in Kerbal you could just hit the recover button. I don't like that. If SpaceX has a capsule that splashes down in the ocean, they don't just hit a recover button. They make the stuff that goes and gets it. This is what I like. That's what I like to do. I don't just like making the spacecraft. I like making an end-to-end system. It's just how I have fun. You know, that's how I enjoy playing this game. So I have a whole slew of recovery vehicles and cranes and stuff that we engineered. We Kerbalized based off of real ideas. I didn't engineer nothing. It was just a copy. You know, yeah, we have a whole bunch of trucks and stuff that we Kerbalized for recovery purposes. I figure why reinvent the wheel? The Army is really good at recovering things. They have a bunch of vehicles that are really good at it, so might as well use those designs. So what we would do is we'd go look it up. Like, we decided we needed a recovery vehicle. We built a recovery vehicle. Like, you can find pictures of the cranes and how they work and stuff. Enter rant about needing cables and winches here. Well, some fellas were telling me a second ago that Kerbal attachment system has a winch in it. We don't need to necessarily use anything else in Kerbal attachment. Kerbal attachment jives fine with the stock robotics, does it not, dudes? I didn't know you went that far with it. Dan, I built entire launch complexes, dude. Why do you think I know so much about ground servicing equipment and how it works? Dude, we built everything. I'll show you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Zertem. Tier 1, 6 months in advance. 24-month resub. I hope your back recovers quickly. Now back to lurking. Thanks, man. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, you just gotta kind of soldier it out. I'm fine. It just, like, once again, every once in a while, it's like someone poking you in the back. You're like, ah! And it kind of comes out of nowhere. You don't really know what's gonna set it off. So, like, I can lean this way, I can lean that way, and then I could lean that way again, and it would just be like an 8 out of 10 on the pain scale, dude. That's why, like, every once in a while, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm all right. You know, that's good. I'm fine. I just figured you read a lot of books on the subject. I like your approach of learning through video games. I did it for 10 years, Dan. 10 years before I even went on NSF. Chris G back in the day wanted me to come on NSF in like 2019 or something, and then the pandemic kind of killed that. I was talking with him in 2019. He's like, dude, you gotta get in here. And I was doing something. I don't know. I was doing something else. And yeah, I just never got back, which sucks, but it is what it is. Oh, that hurts a lot. I mean, you saw me build the catch towers and stuff, but yeah, here, like, I built entire launch complexes. I mean, this one is clean padded right now because I wanted to retool it for my medium launch vehicle, which is my MLV is like a Kerbalized version of Falcon 9. Pectoral strain for 12 months. Yeah, Ori, it's something like that, dude. It just kind of hurts when you breathe and stuff. It is what it is, man. I'll be fine. Yeah, we built entire launch complexes, reusable vehicles. Yeah, dude, we were building all kinds of cool stuff. I even built Stokes' test prototype here. Stokes test prototype. Pretty cool. I forget how it works, but you know, this thing has an offset center of mass and can still take off and land perfectly, and it has no SAS and no thrust vector control. All the gimbal on these controllers are locked out completely. Watch. We engineered all kinds of cool stuff in this, man. Star Raker. Oh yeah. Don't worry, dudes. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it one of these days. Consider this, whoa. Hold on one second, dudes. I gotta check something. EJ and DIY friends, is it worth it to get a plumber to install a wax seal for a toilet, or is it easy enough to do yourself? It's easy enough to do yourself, Waz. You need a new wax seal for your toilet, dude. So, a couple of things you got to do. First thing, shut off the water. There's a line that'll be coming out underneath the toilet, and it should be on a steel line that goes to a little spigot, and the spigot should be pointing up. Okay, turn that off. That's the water input for the toilet. The next thing you got to do, flush the thing until the toilet, the tank in the toilet completely drains. And then it's going to get a little messy because you're going to have water in the trap, which sucks, but so turn off the water, drain the tank. Make sure that it doesn't fill back up. All right? So you can do two things from there. You can take the tank off if you really want to. It's just held in by gravity. Some toilets it's bolted. Or you could just remove the whole damn toilet. Toilet in the United States or in North America has 2 bolts on either side. Okay? The 2 bolts, they're at the bottom of the toilet. They're on a flange. You can't miss them. They usually have a cap on them. Pull the cap off, undo the bolts. Take the toilet off. At this point, it's going to smell terrible. Don't worry, that's normal because it's past the trap. The toilet, every toilet, you know, the toilet has water in it, right? And the water stays there. Every toilet, you know, here's your bowl, right? You have a pipe that goes out the bottom of the toilet that turns, right? You see it turn. What you don't see is that it goes up and then over and then down. So it does like an S almost. And what happens is water stays there and it fills up the lower part of the S. The reason why it's called a trap. Faucets have it too, for what it's worth. If you notice a faucet under your sink, it goes up and then down, right? It does like 180, goes up and then goes back down. That's called a trap. What that does is it keeps water there and it prevents the smell from the sewer coming up into your house. The trap is on the toilet. It's not in the piping. So when you pull the toilet off, dude, it's going to smell. And it's going to smell like, well, shit. It's going to smell terrible. That's fine. That's totally normal. Pull the toilet off. If you want to put a new one on, you put the new one on. But the wax seal is there. You got to clean that thing up. You got to clean up the flange of the pipe. So the toilet has the 2 bolts and the wax seal in the center. You got to scrape the old one off. Usually comes off. It's usually a donut. Like you should be able to get a chisel under it and pull it off. Right? Put another one on. Take the toilet. Hold it over it. Line up the bolts. Put it down. Seat it. You can move it back and forth just a little bit on the wax seal. Bolt it back down. Hook the water back up. Takes 20 minutes. It's not hard. It really is not difficult. It's just, it smells awful. It smells terrible. You have a direct line into the sewer or your septic tank and it's going to smell. Yeah, 30 minutes with beer breaks. It's quite actually turn off the water, drain the water, undo the 2 bolts, undo the wax ring, new wax ring on, put the new toilet on, 2 more bolts, hook the water line back up and go. So the other thing that you got to do, dude. So I got to get up for a second. I got to go grab it. 1 second. Hang on. For 1 moment. Putting the door hurt my back. That's not bad. So the other thing to do, dude, is the other thing to do is go down to the hardware store and get PTFE. Okay, get some PTFE tape. Get this. This is so this is Teflon tape or PTFE. I forget what PTFE stands for. Poly Teflon something stupid. Polyethylene. Jesse, we have to cook.
Go at throttle up.
when you hook the water line back up, dude, clean the threads off of the spigot, right? Take a little bit of the PTFE, put it on the threads of the spigot, tighten it back over the threads. This basically, give me 1 sec. Okay. This basically is like an O-ring, and the PTFE fills in the gaps in the threads that you on your water pipe. It'll prevent it from leaking. You don't want that leaking, because if it leaks, it's gonna if it leaks, what'll happen is it'll get underneath the toilet outside of the wax seal, and it'll start dripping into the wood. It'll start dripping into the plywood or the studs or whatever you got down there, and it'll start rotting it from the inside out. You really got to make sure you don't have a leak when you turn the water back on. Polytetrafluoroethylene is the sciencey way to say Teflon, PTFE. Yeah, there you go. So that's how you do it. Thanks for checking a look at the mod. Since release, we've had like 9 updates, and we are now a team of 4. We have lots of cool stuff planned for to do in GitHub. It looks cool, Halangar. Yeah. Polytetrafluoroethylene. Yeah, there you go. It's Teflon. So that's important. Make sure you do that. If you really want to do the job right, get a pipe wrench. And the others appreciate you. Yeah, don't worry about them. Fixing your own stuff is good. It's nice to do it yourself, because if you had a licensed plumber come in and do it, right? Yeah, the job would get done right, most likely, but you'd also be out like $500 or whatever. It'd be out a lot more money than just a wax ring, that's for sure. But like, I know I said it's like a 20-minute job, but just go slow and take your time. Just make sure you're doing it right. That's all. Sorry, I might have missed it all. Please do not use Teflon tape on compression fittings. I don't know. It depends, dude. My toilets don't have compression fittings. At least I don't think they do. But even if they did, I Teflon taped them and they're fine. Mine don't leak. I mean, I'm not going to put it on the actual damn compression fitting itself, dude. You put it on the threads. Most supply lines for O-rings. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, you obviously don't want to get that in the compression fitting, dude, but yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure mine are compression fittings, and I taped them, but when I taped them, obviously couldn't hit the compression fitting because my toilets work fine. Sorry, I might have missed it. Shut-off valve is likely a compression fitting. Tape should not be used on those threads. Well, what are you going to do about it? Can't see me if mine are all covered in PTFE and they have compression fittings anyway, huh? What are you going to do about it? Stein? Huh? Gonna look real funny eating corn on the cob with no frickin' teeth. Let's see if this thing still works. Oh, it does. Oh, look at that. It still works. So guys, I want you to, I mean, you're looking at this thing, right? And you're saying like, okay, it's loading. That's cool. You know, it has differential thrust, right? Look, differential thrust. The front motor is not making the same amount as the back motor. And yet it's hovering just fine. And even if we shut off the RCS, we still have vector well, we did have vector control. It used to. I don't know if it does anymore. She's floating. Look, it's asymmetric. It's asymmetric. I made a controller that modulates the thrust between the front and the back. Or at least it should. I'm not sure what axis it's doing particularly. This thing doesn't have any gyros or anything on it. It just can hover with a offset center of gravity and differential thrust to modulate the hover. It's pretty cool. See, you got a full ore tank on one side. You made control logic for a hover with Cal controllers. Yeah, see, I don't think they're bound anymore, dude. I know I don't have any gyroscopes and reaction control torque in this thing. I made it a thing to not have it. This has no SAS. There's no gyros on it. It can fly stably with differential thrust, which is pretty cool. Hey, Linux, what's up? But yeah, dude, we made all kinds of stuff. I'll leave you be. Hope you feel better soon. I'm just messing with you. Can't see me. Yeah, don't get any threads on the compression fittings. That's important. I still seal them up, dude. Yeah, I guess you don't really have to with the compression fitting, but you know. Anyway, here, check this out, dude. We built launch sites, man. Also, that eating corn on the cob with no teeth is from the Blues Brothers. I really hope people picked up on that. If not, I just seem like a dick. Sorry. Linux, you've been localizing a lot of mods. Cool. Yeah, this is a whole reusable launch complex. This one I never got fully reusable. The reason why is because Kerbal doesn't really like holding up 2,400 tons of SSTO. Take a look at that. Oh, that's neat. Anyway, can't see me. I hope you didn't leave. I hope you didn't leave, dude. I'm just messing with you, man. You're right. You are right. I'm just being a jerk. Sorry, it's northeastern banter. I apologize if my delivery is all screwed up. Yeah, that launch complex launched this thing. Yeah, we have both kinds of music. We got country and western. That ain't no Hank Williams song.
When you're Kerbal stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues.
What we were working on is a fully reusable SSTO. Like, you could bring this down and you could just open up the payload bay and you could put more stuff inside of it. Yeah, me too, man. I hope I didn't scare Can't See Me away. Now I feel bad. It's just AI music, Linux. That's a country version of... Yeah, it's just a country version song about me.
But each always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes. EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter.
Sorry you aren't feeling well. Hey, it's alright, man. I'll power through it. Yep, and there's its little brother. You guys like the Venture Star program? We built out the entire X-33 and Venture Star program with reusable launch pads, dude. In career mode. It's pretty good, man. These things are hard to make, dude. But yeah, if you guys are wondering, like on the YouTube side, where I learned about GSE and why I know how GSE works and integration and cranes and all this other stuff, it's I taught end-to-end integration in Kerbal. I taught myself end-to-end integration, like for a rocket. If you didn't reference a movie that's 45 years old, more people might know it. And what if I tailor each response depending on who I'm talking to? What the hell did I do here? Oh, I know what that's for. Don't worry. You don't call me synth for no reason, Graham. When I played Kerbal, everybody called me a synth because I could just, yeah, recall whatever off the top of my head.
goldfish fuel an infinite glare. Build a land or let it burn. A Galakadakistan at every turn.
A series of tubes.
Every stream, workers to the dream machine. Money flows like molten steel. Chase the goldfish, surreal.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this freaking thing. Synth is an old nickname, dude. Because back in the day, so Tupjaw is like, back in the day, it was kind of like Alex is over at NSF. I could answer any question. I mean, I still can, but like, you know, I just let Alex do it if he's doing his, if we're on like Flame Trench or something. I know the answers to some of the questions. We just let him answer it. Because his answers are good, man. They're long, but they're good. They're really, really packed with information. XB70? No. Star Raker. The Star Raker program, Fluffy, is basically this was a concept that was engineered by Rockwell. This Star Raker was a proposal done by Rockwell in the late 70s that basically takes an XB70, a C5, a space shuttle, and an SR-71 and rolls them all into one vehicle. It's really, really cool. Does it originate from playing Fallout? I played Fallout when it came out, Dan. Yeah, on stream. Those VODs are long gone, though. Here. So Star Raker had this crazy idea for an engine. I guess it's stealth now. It has not populated it. I have not opened this in a long time, I guess. So, whatever. It's not loading it. It's loading it over here with the pictures and everything, but for some reason it's taking forever to load. Here, I'll show you. So, Star Raker had this crazy idea, which is actually not that stupid when you think about it, but the idea with Star Raker was to have an engine that's kind of a hybrid motor. A hybrid. It is a turbo ramjet, to be sure, like the SR-71. And there were supposed to be 5 of them on either side, but this thing could. It was a high bypass turbofan ramjet. So what it basically did was use the CJ805. CJ805-23. So the CJ805-23 is a high bypass turbofan, but it was retrofitted with turbofan technology. A CJ805 is quite actually a GE J79, so it's an F4 Phantom engine, but it's the CJ805 was the civilian version of it. The difference between the civilian version and the J79, so the 805 and the J79, the difference is, well, it doesn't have an afterburner. But that makes the 805 very unique in this regard, in that it has a provision on the back for attachment. You see these bolted flange on the back, these bolted up flanges on the back right there, as opposed to just an integrated stringer. You could basically attach stuff onto it. So like, once again, with the J79, if you look, there's a huge pipe on the back and attached to that same exact flange. That pipe on the back here is the afterburner for the J79. Once again, that's the difference between a CJ805 and a J79. The point that I'm trying to get at, dudes, is that you can attach stuff to the back of it. General Electric actually made a bypass turbofan version of this by putting an N2 shaft behind the engine. So you have your turbojet doing turbojet things, right? And then it's creating thrust, and they attached another turbine, and that turbine is turning a compressor. Actually, they added 2-stage turbines, and those turbines are turning a compressor, and the turbofan is actually attached to the back. Now, on modern engines, the turbofan's up at the front, and it bypasses the entire engine. And this still does that, but the intakes and stuff are at the back. It made for a very interesting engine design, right? So what they wanted to do, what they were trying to do with the 805, with this version of the motor, what they wanted to do was attach a ramjet on the back of this. Yeah, use the 805-83 and attach a turbo ramjet on the back. And the cool thing is that they wanted to use the bypass turbine blades here, or the bypass compressor blades here, at higher speeds to actually serve as a pre-cooler. So attached to these turbine blades would have been basically a radiator. Like, think like transpiration cooling the nozzle, or transpiration cooling the fins. A lot of engines do that. And what they wanted to do is at higher speeds with Star Raker, they would shut down the J79. They would shut it down. And then the bypass fan would be spun by oncoming intake air, like the air that's coming in. And what would happen is they would pump liquid hydrogen through it, and it would serve as a pre-cooler, and then there's a ramjet attached to the back. Like that. That is a picture from the PDF that we have. So they had an air turbo exchanger manifold using a Rankine cycle, right? So they pump liquid hydrogen through the pre-cooler, right? It would leak out, cool the incoming air, and heat up your hydrogen, right? And then they would hit that with a ramjet injector behind it, and you have a throttleable ramjet here. They had an annular nozzle plug that was able to be retracted and pushed forward, similar to like how an SR71 intake can move back and forth, but this is inside of the motor. And that could basically make a throttleable ramjet. That's what they wanted to do. This is not that far-fetched, to be honest. There's nothing here that's completely like ridiculous, like that'll never happen. You could do this, sure. You could do this really good with modern technology, like modern tech. You could, with modern material science and manufacturing, you could make that. Hey, Phoenix, 90-month resub. Thank you. You got the quote from the Blues Reds. All right, excellent. Good to know. So yeah, that's what Star Raker wanted to do. It was not subject to side fumbling because it never got made. So Star Raker was supposed to have 10 of those, right? And the LH2 tanks would have been inside, like wing spar shape. Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen would be inside of wing spar shaped tanks inside of the wings. So it would have had wet wings, but those wet wings would have been cryogenic wet wings. So that would have been a whole design challenge. Once again, not impossible, just a tough one to solve with, especially with hydrogen. The other thing that they had is they basically put the space shuttle's external tank into the back of this thing. Star Raker had a space shuttle tank, and a space shuttle external tank. It's not external. Shoehorned into the back of it with 3 shuttle engines. Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they wanted to do. There would have been 3 RS-25s. Right there, flanked by 5 of these turbo Rankine cycle ramjet engines on either side. So when the plane is down low, when the plane's down low, the jet engine is just working like a jet engine and the exhaust just shoots out, right? No problem. When you get up to higher speed, right? So the turbo, how this really would have worked is the turbojets, or the high bypass turbofan, would basically get this thing up to altitude just like a regular airplane, and you'd need 10 of them, right? It would get, I mean, J79s make a lot of thrust, man. They're really, even by today's standards, they're really powerful motors. So this thing would have gotten up to like 30, 40,000 feet, right? And then what it would do, it would shut the engines off and do a nosedive. You would nosedive with the entire Star Raker, basically at probably like a 10 to 15 degree angle of attack, right? And obviously when you nosedive a plane like that, that's that big, you're gonna speed up, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pelagia Live. Thanks for that Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Been watching you on YouTube for quite some time and now just realized wasn't even subbed to you. I'll give this to say sorry. Oh, Joe, don't worry about it. It's all good. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. I gotta do the YouTube members thing. I'll get on that. So this thing would have done a nosedive. When it did the nosedive at like 20 degrees, it would shut off the turbojet, and you would speed up enough to get the Rankine cycle and get the ramjet fuel assembly, the ramjet fuel injector assembly. You'd get that all going. Like, it would pick up enough speed to flip the ramjets on, because a ramjet needs a very, very high intake velocity, or intake air velocity. Air needs to basically get in here at really high speed for this to work. To get that to change, to basically meter the amount of air going into your engines here, going into the ramjets, there was ramp intakes. The ramp intakes on Star Raker basically borrowed from the XB70. Only the XB70's ramp intakes are on the sides. They're actually two ramp intakes that are like this instead of like that on the plane. So yeah, here, this is another picture from that dang old PDF that we can't open, but here, look, they would have utilized the variable geometry ramp intake. And basically when you get into that nosedive, they just open. The whole ramp opens up, allowing basically unimpeded airflow going right into that heat exchanger. The air turbo exchanger manifold, and basically that cools off your intake air, right? It cools off the intake air, and going through the assembly slows it down a little bit, and then you hit it with the ramjet. You hit it with the ramjet fuel injector, and it's basically a rocket engine at this point. Yeah, it's basically a rocket engine. I mean, look at the exhaust. Look at that. It's a rocket. But it's a rocket with variable plug nozzles, so you can throttle it like a jet. It's really smart. I know what people are saying. Why don't we do this? This is hard. Like I said, there's no thing in physics here that says you can't do this. That doesn't mean it's not difficult to make. But yeah, that's Star Raker, dude. Now we're back to Star Raker. No, I'm just messing with Kerbal, dude. Trying to get my feet wet again, and the right way to do it is to just get back in and start messing with things and find something that's fun to work on. So I would imagine maintenance on this thing would be something else. Wouldn't be any harder than any other CJ805, like. But yeah, you'd have to pull the engine out of its housing. The whole thing is basically, the whole jet engine and the Rankine turbo exchanger manifold, air turbo exchanger manifold, is inside of a combustion chamber. But it's not a combustion chamber, but it is, but it's not. But yeah, so that's what this thing would have done. It would have used the jet engine to get up really high and then shut the jet engines off and did a nosedive, right? Going from like 40,000 feet down to 20,000 feet. And at 20,000 feet, when these things turn on, it would pull up. And when it started to dive, the jets would turn on. And then when it pulled up, you'd gain so much speed that it would lob it on a high enough suborbital trajectory to where you could air start your shuttle engines. You could air start your RS-25s. And obviously the ramjets would only work up to like 60, 70,000 feet. So you would accelerate through that and then gradually hand it over to the shuttle engines. And the shuttle engines would push you to an orbital, push you probably like 98% of the way to the orbit. And then you have an orbiter maneuvering system up here. Have you seen the Lanter engines that NASA designed? No. And then from there, believe it or not, Star Raker has the nose open. The nose opens up. So it would have done something. It would do something like this. It's so bad. This thing is 1,600 or 1,200 parts. And then it has a gigantic payload bay, so the nose opens up kind of like a C5. And the specifications that we saw from the like preliminary design review papers that we have is that it is a C5 payload bay. It's the same thing, same size at least. But yeah, that was the idea. So we made it. I made a pre-cooled engine that's inside of a fairing so it didn't make a lot of drag with a bypass fan. We took the Goliath engine, a bypass, and then took the Whiplash turbo ramjet, right? And we put it all together inside of a fairing housing and then attach these in a way so the fairing housings would actually stay nice and cool with an air pre-cooler at the front. And then a shock intake. So the design principle is exactly the same, but you don't have aerodynamics. There's not fluid aerodynamics in Kerbal. So it's kind of fudged a little bit, but the idea is the same. You have a bypass engine that can work by itself, right? No pre-cooler, no ramjet. Right? You get up there on bypass engines, you shut them off, you turn the ramjets on, you do the nosedive, and then you shut the bypasses off because they'll blow up. Is it ready to fly? Not this thing, Pelly Joe. No, this thing sucks. It takes 45 minutes just to get it up to altitude to do the nosedive. It's not. I've gotten it into space once, and then I built Star Raker just to say that I could, just to see if I could. Like, I just built it as a, I want to see if I could do this. I did it to keep my design skills sharp and then promptly stopped playing Kerbal for a long time after that. They were LOX augmented nuclear engines that produce way more thrust for less specific impulse. Now that I'm thinking, what if they put those on Star Raker instead of these engines? Not enough thrust. You need a better CPU? No, I need a better version of Kerbal that's not from 2012, Jens. But let's be real, that ship sailed a long time ago. But on a real note, would you ever consider trying out RP1? It would be a bit to learn and get used to, but I think it would tickle the brand of Tism. I don't know, maybe, dude. Hey, Red Panda. Oh man, all the OGs are showing up. That's cool. What's going on, buddy? Have you been following KSA? It sounds like it's going to be a better Kerbal. I work on that game, Murray. In a very limited capacity, but I work on that game. Been doing puzzles, Red? Well, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? But yeah, that's what your boy did in KSP. For a long time. For a long time, dudes. I built out, I didn't just build rockets, I built out entire space programs. That was the plan. You see, this is a early career mode airplane that's designed for moving people around and getting science and stuff. Basically, just kind of like my idea of a Gulf Stream. What are your thoughts on Juno? Juno is a good game, Denny. It's pretty good from what I can tell, but when I went and played it, dude, like, it just felt like playing a spreadsheet. That, like, it felt like playing Microsoft Excel Rocket Edition. And that's not to disparage Juno at all. It's a good game. You can do a lot of stuff with it. It just, something about it just doesn't have the... I don't know what it is, man. I can't put my finger on it. Something about it's just different than KSP in a way that I don't like. Hey, my airline flew those, the Texas Flying Culvert. Yeah. And then, you know, I have the oldies but the goodies in here too. How many years ago did you play? I really hung up KSP 1 in about 2023. Basically when KSP 2 came out. I was playing it into early 2023. And then I played KSP 2 pretty much all through the early spring and into the summer of 2023. And I got sick of it in the middle of the summer. And then what did we do in the meantime? I did something. I played something else. What did I play in 2020, like late 2023 after I hung up KSP 2? No, it wasn't Cities 2, guys. Cities 2 came out in the winter. It came out in November. I played something else. I think it was Satisfactory, Meatwad. Yeah, I think we played Satisfactory. Yeah, that's what we were doing. Have you seen Redux for KSP 2? Yuri, don't take this the wrong way. I know you like KSP 2. I'm never touching that game ever again. Ever. 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 I'm never doing... no, absolutely not. No. I know you like it. I'm not saying don't play it. I'm never touching it again. Like ever. Yeah, baby. Cargo planes. I think we played Satisfactory through the end of 2023 until Cities 2 came out, and then I played Cities 2 through the holidays into 2024, and then Cities 2 flopped, and then we played Workers. I played Workers basically through 2024 with Variety streaming other games. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, we played that's what we did. We played Starfield. I played Starfield through the end of 2023. Yeah, we played Starfield. I beat the game. And we got to that, whatever that horrible excuse for extended gameplay was called. The mode or whatever. Hey, Tal. What's going on? New Game Plus. Oh, yeah, NG Plus. I got to NG Plus 1 and said, this is dumb. I'm not playing this anymore. I remember now. Hey, Ollie. I sent you the games you played. I want to see the 2024 one. Let me take a look, Butter. Assetto, IRL. That was the road trip. We played a lot of Hearts, a lot of Fallout. I did play some Kerbal in 2024. Just a little bit, though. Played, yeah, Satisfactory and a ton of Workers, and then a ton of Space News. Yeah, and then this is just all a bunch of other games. How are mods for KSP these days? If anything, Tal, mods have seen a little bit of a resurgence, to be honest with you. Yeah, they've seen a little bit of resurgence since KSP 2 went out. And if anybody, I saw a couple of
Discovery,
days.
go at throttle up.
Is KSP 2 still in development? No, it's not. There's a reason why I'm never playing it again. The development team got fired. Take-Two pulled the plug on the entire project. Not only KSP 2, but the publisher as well, Private Division. They shuttered both of them. Fired everybody. And then kept the game on sale, which just... And then they sold the IP to Kerbal. I don't know who owns KSP, some hedge fund or something. So, yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah, I'm never touching that game again. Unforgivable. You'd love to see what I think about BDB. I know BDB is good, Halingar. Yeah, I know. When will you be continuing the Star Factory project? The huge model with the massive engines. Oh, the pillar. I don't know. It's that project's kind of on hold right now. I want to finish the car. The reason why I put the Pillar of Autumn on hold is because the Pillar of Autumn is something we can work on during the winter time. I want to work on the car when it's nice out because my garage is not climate controlled. And don't get me wrong, we can still work on it in the winter, but it just gets really cold in there. So I put it on hold. I played RimWorld in like 2021 or 2022. Anyway. Hey, look at this. Now I'm good. So yeah, I built all kinds of stuff. I built cargo planes, transport planes, recovery planes. I built all kinds of cool things that you could, like this thing, you could drive a truck up inside of it, right? You drive a truck up inside of this thing, and as long as you attached it to the docking port, latched the thing down with Kerbal construction, like strutted the thing, basically strutting it like the Kerbal equivalent of ratchet strapping something, you could fly this around. The cool thing about this cargo plane is that whatever's inside of that fairing gets occluded. So, you know, like with other Kerbal cargo planes, if you just make a ring of wings, right, and you put a nose cone on it, you put something back here, Kerbal doesn't understand that that's being occluded. But we found a way to make open-ended fairings, right? Open-ended hollow fairings, so you could drive stuff in here. And whatever you attach inside of this thing, you can... whatever you attach in here, you can fly around. As long as you can get it centered over the center of gravity, this plane will fly it. I can't decide if you'd like No Man's Sky or not. Yeah, Trey, that'd be kind of nice. How about some 1 hour build challenges? Like 1 hour to build a lunar lander return mission. Tessa, I'm not interested in playing Starfield. That's cool, though. Any updates on KSA that you can share? Denny, honestly, no. It is not my place to share updates with you. Talk to Dean. We did do a Valkyrie. It doesn't have the right engines, though. I put turbo ramjets on it. It shouldn't have turbo ramjets. It should have Panther engines on there. That's much more in line with the engines that it actually had. You don't want to go over the updates in the Discord. I would really like to play KSP, guys. We have Dean in here anytime soon. I hadn't really planned on it, fellas. But that doesn't mean it's not happening. My wish is to see KSA plus Stationeers integration. Yeah. See, I built like all different types of small planes to move people around between the desert and here. Like I had a whole nother space center at the desert, right? And If you needed to move like a payload or a rocket over there, yes, rocket. We moved it by a cargo plane and we flew it over there. This is supposed to be a Convair 990. They're about as Convair 990 as you can get in KSP. I just showed him the cargo jet. Says it is for another Kerbal playthrough. I don't know if we'll do career, Jens, to be honest. I don't...
Discovery.
Hey,
go
RT,
and throttle up.
91 months. Good old times. Yeah. What I would like to do is... I don't know, dudes. Maybe we should start off with just... Guys, I don't think I'm good enough or sharp enough to play like Mission Mode 2. What I'm kind of hoping by playing this right now is to just mess with it. Like, basically go where I pick up where I left off, like where I started playing KSP. When I played KSP for the longest time, I was just a sandbox player. And we just built cool stuff. That really was it. I just built all kinds of neat stuff. I think we should just have some fun and just play some cool things. You know, like it. You know what would be cool? I had fun building the Starliner. Believe it or not, I don't know if that should be in here. I had fun building the Jebliner. Yeah, there it is. Building the Starliner capsule, that was good. It's a pretty good Starliner. It handles just like the real one. At least in space. I don't know how I don't know about launching it. Launching it, we didn't really... Ow! I didn't really get the arrow right. There's no more operational F-14s. I don't want to talk about that, Meatwad, but yeah, it's a sad day. Hey, Diabetic, what's going on? Grandpa old man issues. You know what it is. I have a weird addiction to making planes in this game. Jakes, I make all kinds of planes, dude. But I did enjoy building a capsule out. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should just build out a good usable capsule. Or I still haven't finished the updated version of Dart, which I still think we could really have some good times with if I could just dial the stupid thing in. I couldn't get the wing tessellation to work right on this small of a scale. But yeah. Make your own Artemis program. There is a Kerbal Colonies mod, Talrea, yeah. Halingar in the chat, long-time viewer, not as long as you. Words, dude. Sorry, this pain's getting me. Yeah, Halingar made a colonies mod, like where you can place down buildings on other planets and stuff. Call me old? No. Okay, maybe a little. You are a tenured viewer. What's the 31 test? Yeah, I never really got that right. Just be your stubborn self with KSP and lock in. Well, that's what I'm hoping, dude. It starts with opening up the stupid game. It's good to see you, Tal, for sure. Time to build out the AAP. I wouldn't be against it, Trey. I don't even know if the structures are in here. Here, let me back out for a second and let me show you the other save. That would be fun. It'd be fun to build MLs and stuff. Is it possible to make your own floating landing pad like SpaceX and then land on it? Of course. You can use fuselages and make a barge. I've done it. I've done that before. Yeah. It's tough to land out on the barge though, Jakes, especially if you're playing stock KSP. It's much easier to do it if you have KRPC. And I do have KRPC here. I can write code for my stuff. Think you could do a Sea Dragon. Rocket Guy did a Sea Dragon, so I never did, because he frankly did it better than I ever could. Yeah, I built entire aircraft carriers, dude. Oh. Yeah, guys, for the uninitiated, guys, I have probably like 15, 20,000 hours in KSP. We've tried to do everything under the sun. Let's check MM2. I think that is the mission mode 2 save. That was a good save. The SSDOs killed it, though. I remember those were full of lag back then. They're still full of lag. Tell. Okay, build the shape of a Ford-class deck and land Starship on it. Nah, I'm good. Yep. Maybe also build out the lunar architecture like Constellation or Artemis. What is this music and why is it on infinite loop? It's not on infinite loop. It's just going down the list. It's played a different song since I hit the play button, dude. I can change the song if you want. It's just background music, dude. It's background music that won't get the VOD, man. That's what I'm really worried about. Give it a second. Oh, that's the old shuttle. I don't want that. That one sucks. Favorite airplane you've built in KSP? You're looking at it. Sawyer, with all due respect, that's going to be a lot harder than you might think, dude. You don't know what went on behind the scenes, man. And I'm not talking about it either. Let's just say it's harder to lock into this than it should be. That's why I've been kind of coming in here and looking at all my old stuff to try and kind of get back into the groove here. Launch vehicle 2-1. What is that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, good little launch vehicle. You still have the Island Museum of Retired Aircraft in an older save on this computer, dude. Sure. None of the thumbnails loaded. So check this out, dudes. We built cranes. I built whole horizontal integration facilities, dudes. We built hips, and inside of the hips, I got a gantry crane that can move back and forth, and we could integrate payloads and pull stuff out, pull dispensers out, put new dispensers in. When starting to weld, did you want a bunch of guides or did you just start doing it? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I have access to both MIG and TIG at work. I would start with MIG, dude. I just started kind of doing it, but I had chat looking over my shoulder, Breezy, just to be sure. And I'm arguably still not a good welder. Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, man, that thing was so difficult. Does the scrapyard you had in Mission Mode 2 still exist? I think so. Have you made any variable sweep wing jets? Yes. A flechette round? No, that was something that I was working on with the SSTO. I made Venture Star, guys. Venture Star was a shuttle stack sized SSTO. Yep. Museum's still over here, dudes. Look. So like in this mission mode save, guys, I don't know if I was telling you, I didn't recover stuff. Like I didn't just hit the recover button. If we wanted to go get a capsule back or something, I actually sent like a helicopter and a truck to go and grab the thing. Like a helicopter would fish it out, just like the space program. In this particular case, that trailer brought back a bunch of wreckage from a crashed shuttle that killed Jeb, but test stages, capsules, retired vehicles, science pallets, flown capsules from the early parts of the space program. I kept all of it. Transport stands for shuttles and stuff. That's a transport stool for the shuttle, for the little mini shuttle. The rest of the shuttle is over here. I went and got all the pieces and I brought them back on a trailer. Yep, that's how you mean you're RPing it. I didn't say RP, I like building the vehicles, you know? Like if you guys watch me look at Starbase, I'm like, oh, that's a crane. Oh, that crane does that. That crane does that. This is where I learned all of it, dude, because I needed cranes for my space program. How rare's if I can just lock back in, man, we can do it again. I would love to. Atlas V is rolling back to the VIF according to Spaceflight Now. Lock in with RP1. Yeah, Jake's like, see, there's debris out there. That's debris from crashed test vessels and stuff. You want it? Go and get it. That was my rule. You could only hit the recover button if you're within 2.5 kilometers of the VAB. That's the only time you could hit it. Anything that's further away, tough tookies. Go and get it. Build something to go and get the stupid thing, which was cool. Harrison, you may have just found some work through networking. Cool. Was thinking about someone suggesting the Apollo Artemis play. I was wondering what you think of the Saturn shuttle on a Saturn V if you already have one. I don't think I have one in this save Erudite, but we've built Saturn shuttle before. I built it a long time ago. It works. It's a lot of parts, but it works. I'm going to be a bit real here. It seems more like reminiscing more than trying to lock into playing again. It isn't bad, but if you want to play, then play. It just seems like you're struggling with it a little bit. I don't know, what tipped you off? Like 5 minutes ago when I said I'm struggling with it, or... Oh man, your intuition's great. Oh, that works. It's a good recovery vehicle. Just smile and wave. No, I get it, dude. It's like... Just let me do my thing. Hey. Oh, jeez, that fucking thing. It's a launch pad. It's a launch facility, Grim. Well, it's based off of Electron. So you roll the vehicle in. The pad grabs it, and then it turns it upright. It works. Oh yeah, it's a good launch facility. The capsules that I just showed you that were sitting out in the field, I launched them on this, reusing the pad. Cool thing is that if you wanted to reuse it, you had to refill it, so you had to drive a fuel truck in, and the fuel truck used the same umbilical as the rocket, the same docking port in this game, so you could lock the fuel truck in, fill up the pad, fuel truck drives out, bring the rocket in with payload, lock it into the pad, turn the thing upright, and go. And then over here, I built a little flip down thing, right? A flip down thing with a hydraulic and an extension on it, right? And what that does is this is where the crew access tower would be for putting crew on, right? You basically could drive the thing in, you use landing gear to go over this, and then you set it down and you attach it, and the hydraulic could push my crew access tower back and forth. The reason why it's on a flip up thing like this is because I did play mission mode. Mission mode 2 is a career mode save. And because it's a career mode save, I was limited by VAB size at the time. Add time. Okay, roll D20. You retrieved add time. You rolled 11, Stevie. Sorry. I win this round. Hey, that truck just drove past your launch pad. Yep. And then, yeah, that was launch vehicle 2. And then we moved to LV3. The cigarette rocket. Thoughts on a Roton? You could make Roton in this if you really wanted to. Oleava. Satana. Bit off topic, but did you react to the Honda rocket yet? I was gonna save that one for space news, but the VTech just kicked in, yo. I gotta see one of the rockets put together. I think I have pictures. A launch campaign takes a second to... Jake's, it takes a second for the... It takes a long period of time to get, what's the word? To put out the tower and everything and put one together. It's a lot of work. That's a flyback booster prototype, guys, that utilized, what's called the toroidal wing. It was, so we had this idea of making a toroidal wing that goes all the way around the first stage. That thing right there. So France made a fighter jet one time that was basically a gigantic cylinder. The wing was a whole cylinder like this. It's a cylinder. And they were trying to make a VTOL plane, right? So they put the cockpit up there with some intakes and stuff, and, you know, you could fly the thing around. I forget what the name of the damn thing is. It's a cylinder. Oh, yeah, the Snecma Cleopatra. That's it right there. So I was thinking, like, you could do this with a rocket. You could put a cylindric wing around a rocket core. So instead of something like New Glenn that has wings on the side, if you put those wings out, right, and then you put a cylindric wing around it, provided you'd have to make it the right shape. But if you did make it the right shape and the right airfoil, you could basically make a booster that flies back. You don't need to worry about putting wings off on the sides, right? Like the early Saturn shuttle concepts. The early Saturn shuttle concepts had just delta wings on the S1C with an external tank on top. Like that. That's from a Haze Gray Art video, which Auto Evolution seems to have not credited. Lovely. So instead of doing something like that, dude, you just wrap the wing around. You just make the wing go, wrap it all the way around. And you'd have to make it the right kind of shape, but Kerbal doesn't understand wing shape too well. So we just made a cylindric wing. And yeah, the thing basically comes back and lands. It has tricycle landing gear. and control surfaces up at the top. And it lands like an airplane, flying engines first. Oh, it works. It works great, actually. This was one of the cooler things that we did that was just completely unorthodox and out of left field. The reason why I did it is because I wanted to save money in my career mode, in the mission mode save. I wanted to save money. It is playing the same couple of songs over and over again. Why? Stop it. No. I thought there were more songs in that playlist, but that's okay. So yeah, this thing could just fly back. You know, you launch it up there, it moves the second stage up, it turns around, it comes back down, does an entry burn like Falcon, and then just flies back. It's got 2 jet engines on the side. It didn't necessarily need jet engines. Like, we could probably make it glide back to the runway, but I put jet engines on it. And yeah, it flew back and landed, and we reused one of these stages like 4 or 5 times at least. Do you have anything that you never got working? Star Raker. I never really got Star Raker working correctly, level 1, to be honest. I never really got it working right. I just wanted to see if I could make it. Have you ever thought about having Grok or ChatGPT be the administrator and give you missions? No. What I have thought about Got Nukes is to make up for the fact that I'm a terrible coder, have Grok make the guidance system, which probably is not something that should be a thing. This was a concept vehicle that we were going to do for mission mode. And how mission mode works is Chat, at the time I had Chat funding the space program. So I would go with proposals and then they would fund the thing. They would fund the proposal, which was a big mistake because I wanted to keep going with this architecture. And then Chat decided we make SSTOs. So I started working on SSTO research and the Launch Vehicle 5 program, which was the 5th launch vehicle of this save. And we did make a subscale demonstrator that did work, and it worked pretty well. I even made the payload changeout facilities. We made payload changeout rooms, launch pads, HIFs, whatever. This is a satellite dispenser that I made that could fit in here. This thing ended up, the small SSTO here ended up having about, I don't know, about 1 ton to low Kerbin orbit. About 1 ton, give or take. You could land it back on the runway, and then get the truck, the jet truck, to tow it. The reason why it has jets on it is because it needed to push it up the ramp to its launch pad. That was my big problem, guys. I wanted mission mode to reflect kind of like, to show like the real pitfalls of like and possibilities of NASA, and I ended up designing something by committee, and it was pretty damn good. The SSTO program really went well, but I mean, you asked me about stuff that's failed. When I tried to scale up this thing, when I tried to scale up the SSTO to its full size, so LV5, B2, the SSTO and the launch pad and everything, we got it all working, dude. But we only got it working so much. We only got it working so dang well. That thing that looked like a flechette round was all the wing pieces for this thing all kind of tied together. This is one of the most complicated things I've ever made. It's 289 tons dry and 2,400 tons full of fuel and payload. My problem is that I really didn't do good trade studies into the weight limitations of certain parts in KSP. It's my own problem. But what ultimately happened is I put one of these out on the pad. We got the pad to work correctly. I got it to fly. I landed it, and I also didn't do good NDT with the landing gear. And the landing gear liked to collapse when we tried to land and blow up the entire vehicle. So I ended up losing 2 or 3 of these orbiters, which they are expensive because it's an entire launch vehicle, 500 to the tune of 500 grand. It's an expensive vehicle with 12 shuttle engines. Or no, 14 shuttle engines and 2 Poodle engines for a maneuvering system. They're very expensive, and I crashed 2 of them. And then I asked chat for emergency funding. They gave me enough to basically fix the problem and launch maybe once or twice. So I fixed the problem. I got the thing working. We did 1 mission. It worked. I got it to land. I fixed the problems with the landing gear. We went to put the thing back on the pad after it had flown. After it had flown. So this thing went to space, came back, landed, and we towed it back to the pad. And I went to put it on top of the pad, and what happened is the pad buckled basically during the first launch. The whole thing buckled and bent out of shape. So when I went to load up the vehicle again, put it vertical on the pad, we got the thing vertical, we started filling it up, and because the pad had buckled, dude, in Kerbal, if parts don't crumple, they don't crumple, they don't break. If a part is there's no soft body physics like in Beam, right? In Kerbal, if parts are crumpling, they're like jittering around, right? And if you have like a line of parts like this, like a bunch of I-beams, the place that it's going to buckle is at the attachment joints, right? So this thing, after the first launch, and this is on me for not looking at it, they were all bent out of shape. All the entire launch stool and launch pedestal was all bent. It was bent out of shape. It wasn't working right. I said screw it anyway because I was like, dude, we got to get this thing working. We got to get it working. And I kind of gave it a quick once over. I'm like, okay, the launch box looks fine, right? But it wasn't. It wasn't fine. And we ended up not getting a good interface here. So like these points right here are designed to hold up points on the SSTO with same vessel attachment. And then the fairing is designed to hold up, dude, the primary load. It's the primary load path for the vehicle. That's where it's basically holding on, right? And because everything was all bent out of shape, these load points didn't pick up correctly, and all the weight got put on that fairing. We put 2,400 tons of SSTO and fuel on a single fairing, and the fairing buckled, and the whole pad exploded with the SSTO on it. The pad is expensive, the SSTO is expensive, and I promptly failed mission mode. I went bankrupt, and that was the end of that. I tried to, play it again and tried to, salvage the funds and everything and go back to making regular rockets in it. And then I forget what happened after that. I stopped playing. I think it's because I was like, nah, continuity's all screwed up. Just like what happened with the summer car save the other day. Yeah, the continuity's all messed up. It doesn't make sense going back to regular rockets. Like,
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, that's cool, Yuri. Good job. What's your feeling on doing in science mode? No cash. I'll just play straight sandbox. Yeah, I got pissed. I got really angry after this thing blew up in my face. Dude, there was a lot of people watching that stream. There was like 1,000 people watching. My whole thing just exploded in everybody's face, and I got so mad. I was like, nah, I'm done for a little while. I need to take a break. Yeah. So if we ever play by my mission mode rules again, which is an ultra difficult rule set to play by, no chat votes on the architecture. You vote on the funding. You do not vote on the architecture. No, you don't even vote on the funding. That's not how I set that up. If I change the rules to mission mode in the future, I am... Yeah, if I change the mission mode rules in the future, chat funds the goal. You fund the goal, like go to the moon or set up a moon base. I handle the architecture. Was this the one that we heard you scream through the guitar? I think that was when the dart recovery failed, Cyborg. Yeah. How did chat funding work? Well, I gave a couple of mission proposals. I showed how much the parts cost, and I showed I had to plan out an entire testing regime, Diabetic Kid, and I said, chat, do you think this is going to cost 500 grand, 600 grand, 700 grand, 800 grand? And then on my website, ejsa.space, you voted on it. You could vote which one it is. And dude, we even had like it whitelisted, so people like with Twitch chat, so people couldn't vote twice, etc., etc. So nobody could like screw with the vote. Yep. What was this meant to launch? Oh, hip. This was VentureStar. The VentureStar launchpad, dude. I was telling people about how it exploded in my face, and I got really angry and stopped playing Kerbal for like 3 months. One time, dude, I spent like 8 hours recovering a downed spacecraft on the other side of Kerbin. Yeah, 95 has the clip. I'm not showing it. It's cringe. You guys can click on it if you want. I got so pissed at it, I muted the mic and said, I just screamed as loud as I freaking could. I was like, I hate everything. And my guitar and the amplifier were on, and they were piped into my microphone controller at the time. Dude, I put so much noise into those guitar strings, I got them to vibrate, and it picked up on the guitar. I was so mad, dude. Yeah. Try screaming loud and don't. You'll blow your voice box out. Try screaming loud enough to get a guitar to freaking pick it up. I hit a resonant on those freaking strings on that guitar right there, and it picked it up, and it played a chord. It was like meow. Your color balance is so bad back then. The camera's blue. Yeah, I know. There is a clip. 95 just linked it. Yeah, dude, that's what I was doing. Basically from like 2020 to 2023. The most hardcore rule set for KSP that I could figure out, man. I really wanted to test myself. You sent a message to the radio towers, dude. I love those missions, but you were so stressed. You know what, Space Surfer? If we end up doing mission mode again, I know I'll eat my words in this regard, but I know a lot more about this stuff than I did back then. Yep, orbiter processing facility. Basically a hangar. A hangar with a gantry crane, dude. But, dude, like, I know... Like, dude, you remember, like, going to school, right? And then, you know, there's a concept that you don't really get right off the bat. And then you let it stew for a little while, and then it clicks. Yeah, dude, I know all of the mistakes that I was making. One was designed by committee. That was dumb. That was really stupid of me to do that. I don't know what I thought would... I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea. But, yeah. Oh, that's a super old one. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Get rid of it. How many FPS did you get with this? Not a lot, Pierto. Dude, like, all this stuff is so jank compared to what I could make now. Like, the idea to use this rail of a freaking recovery vehicle. Like, no wonder I had so many damn problems. There's Dart. That thing was pretty cool for what it was. It just doesn't fly very well. Turns out when you make a shuttle that's shaped like a nuclear warhead, it flies about as good as one, even if you put wings on it. The missions must commence again. The Kraken calls. Do not ignore him. Yeah, that's kind of... Dude, I know I could do this better nowadays. It would take time. It would take time to be sure. It would take a lot of testing and prototyping in the SPH for a new mission mode, but I know we could do it. Yep, reusable descent module, the RDM. That was from the career mode save that we did in like 2018. You up for it? I'm getting there, Chief. It's growing on me. Problem with Dart was the landing gear. They sketched out and got Jeb killed. There's a lot more than the landing gear, Banta. Once again, Dart is a compounding list of errors. Because you couldn't control the ship and the hypersonic regime correctly, I could never give it the best odds of success of landing on a flat surface. I.e., you had to land... The thing was... You couldn't fly it. It handles terribly. So, you're basically... It was not designed to land on unprepared surfaces. I never tested it for that. I never tested it to land on uneven terrain or on the grass or anything. So we did get the landing gear dialed in. We got it to land good on the runway. Problem is, I didn't get it to be able to fly to the freaking runway. It was kind of basically a luck of the draw with re-entry, right? You know, just kind of get it close and hope it makes it, right? And one time we fell short because I couldn't control it correctly and we landed on uneven terrain, something I hadn't tested for. We landed on uneven terrain with crew on board and killed Jeb. Hey, Supercraft, what's going on? Yeah, that was it, man. I didn't test for it because I wasn't expecting to do it, but I also put myself in a scenario where you're putting yourself into a failure mode. There's a really good lesson there on deviant engineering and make sure to test everything correctly. You know, like even Dragon, which is designed to land on water, could land on land theoretically if it needed to. Starliner, which is designed to land on land, could land in water if it needed to. Soyuz is designed to do either one. Soyuz can land on water, it's no problem. It can do it. It'd be a little bit difficult to recover it, but you could do it. You know, I should have thought of that, especially granted how Dart just really doesn't... It didn't fly very well. It flew like trash. Like, going through re-entry was a luck of the draw. I had to rely on my reaction control thrusters just to get the vehicle to pitch correctly, which is terrible. That is a terrible thing to do. That's like using your control surfaces on an airplane to get it to fly straight. If you're using your control surfaces to get the thing to fly straight, what happens when you need to turn? You're screwed. And that's exactly what happened. Like I said, there's a case lesson here. Jeb was on board the helicopter, O-Force, when we lost the other Dart. Which is, you saw parts of that thing on that trailer when I just showed it a second ago. But yeah, that's I wonder what test cell 3 was for. Oh, there's my VAB, or horizontal integration facility. Yep. The Dart is still on orbit. So what, Chief? I sent you several pictures in Discord. Yeah, I saw them. Your SSTO evolution. That's cool. Does Soyuz have room for inflatable balloons to keep it upright in the sea? No, it doesn't, Supercraft. It's not really supposed to land in water, but it can. The point is that they took that into account in case something goes wrong. I didn't. That was a fundamental design mistake on my part, and I paid for it by killing Jeb. You guys wonder, and this is more for the YouTube people, not so much for the Twitch people, because you guys were here for this. Like, if you wonder why I understand risk mitigation so well, is because I've failed many times with the space program and got Kerbals killed because I didn't understand. I didn't understand what risk aversion is and retiring, the right ways to retire risk and not retire risk in a project. I have plenty of management experience in this regard. What the heck did I think I was going to do with this thing? You still have your first build from KSP? Yeah, it's somewhere around. What is this thing? Lunar tank farm. This is a lunar tank farm. Or just a tank farm. I see, usually I put descriptions here. Why is it just monopropellant? It's definitely a fuel plant. It's a LOX plant or a fuel plant or something. And it's clearly you're able to like pull this stuff off, but like something is clearly able to drive in here and detach this thing and lift it up and move it like SPMT style. With a new mod, you could just spawn it on the moon. I don't know if this thing was supposed to go to the moon, dude. I really don't. I have no idea. It's called Project Mint, which I remember is a throwback to the Mint chip project from our 2018 mission mode save, where I built an entire refinery on Minmus and made Minmus basically my oil field, so to speak, for my entire space program. We built a gigantic base that was pretty large. Most of the landers you needed monoprop. Yeah, there was a reason it was just monoprop. Is KSP coming back soon? I don't know, Snackless. Yeah, I mean, I would like to, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and I clearly made it so something could drive in underneath this thing and pick it up and move it. I'm just not exactly sure what that is. Can you check when a craft file was created? It might help. This is the mission mode 2 save, Van, so we can give it a time frame, but I just, yeah, without a description, I can't really figure out, I don't really know what it was supposed to do. Yes, that is what you think it is. Yes, it works. Yes, I use it for recovering Kerbals. Yes, it has jet engines on the back instead of outboard motors. Yes, the rigid inflatable is made out of ore tanks. They're very buoyant, and it works. See, like this, I could make this so much better. I know so much more about boats and stuff and how they work. Like, I know so much more about everything. Like, why would I put the engines up the top? I remember this thing doesn't like it doesn't skip over the water. It wants to dig in. Maybe if you put your engines below the center of mass, or where your thrust is coming from, like an outboard engine, if you put it down here, you know, where the propellers are in most boats, it'll lift the front out of the water instead of digging it in. See, like, this is such a jank thing. Because it didn't handle very well, my solution here was to put reaction wheels on the sides to get the thing to spin around like a gyro. So it ended up handling like a jet ski. See, like, I could make this so much better. Like the rudders. Why aren't the rudders in the damn water? They're sticking out of the water. Why would you do that? It's a very strange way to do things. Like, because at the time, I just wasn't as mechanically inclined as I am now. This is what I mean, dude. We could do this much better. That was a project that didn't get anywhere. angle them a bit. This is the mission mode 2 save. I don't want to screw the
Discovery,
continuity
go
of
and
it up
throttle
too
up.
much. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Hip, all right? Let's just... Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, buddy. Okay? Like, even this is never going to work. This was never going to work, right? This SPMT proof of concept is great. The problem is that you got sprung wheels. The SPMTs would never work correctly with a sprung wheel. There's no suspension on an SPMT. It's just hydraulics. It would never work correctly. Like I could tell you that. I could told you this wasn't going to work from the start. I think we built this as a concept to lift up that, yeah, Les, that's what we were going to use to move those big pallets around. I was going to make SPMTs. See, what I don't get is, what was this for? What program was this supporting, and why is this in my mission mode 2 save? That whole Project Mint doesn't jive with any other architecture here. It doesn't jive with anything. Like, whoa, why? What? Like, you know, we can click on this station prototype. I know exactly what program this goes with. This goes with the LV3 Freedom. This goes with the Freedom 7 rocket. I know exactly what this is supposed to go to. I just don't understand what I did with Project Mint. It must have been short-lived because we built out a prototype base and then we never did anything with it. I'll bet you it's because I couldn't get the SPMT working right. But then again, I know why we couldn't get an SPMT working right, because I'm much more mechanically well-versed than I was whenever this was made, and even in 2021. This is not going to work because your wheels have suspension. You can't have suspension with an SPMT. It won't work right, because if you go to like lift something up, it's just going to compress the suspension on the wheels. So if you wanted to do this right, you would need to make your own wheel. It was during the pandemic, Pilot, yeah. You set the wheels to have zero suspension. Oh, of course you can, Animal. Zero suspension and zero damper makes Kraken drive, though. Got a little bit of a problem there. That, would end poorly. See what I mean? No good. But yeah, guys, I would love to. I'd love to jump back into it. I just want to, you know, if we're going to do it, I just want to kind of understand what I'm getting back into. See, your boy even made hangars. I made hangars for airplanes to store them, and they moved it. The hangars moved around on landing gear, and I could put planes. I designed this hangar for the A400, my small passenger jet. Like, maybe we could start with re-engineering the rib. Let's work on that today. You know, plays a spaceflight simulator game. Makes boats. Yeah, see, this has a science palette on it, so you could fly around and get science wherever. This is a good plane design, dude. This little thing really is well. It's nice, very, very easy to fly vehicle. let's fix that. Let's fix that boat. I want to, you know, I just said, oh, I can make a bunch of things that make that boat work a lot better. Let's fix it. Let's fix that. Let's open up engineering. We'll fix it. Oh, I do have the pad out. Look. Here, I'll show you. Some of you guys said, oh, you want to see what the pad complex looks like. Take a look. Is there some math behind the wingspan of the plane? Or just try stuff will work out? In real life, there is, Major Who. Yeah, in real life, the size of so your wing surface area, the airfoil design that you're using, that makes a big difference depending on your application. In Kerbal, do it until it works right. Didn't you want to get Firefly installed? I don't know, dude. One of those mods is pay for it, and I didn't feel like doing that. Yep, there's the launch complex. With the upgraded tanks, too. See? Horizontal integration facility, guys. Or a vertical integration facility. You want to take this thing and you want to make it work. Watch. So, what you do with the structure is it's on rails, right? And then there's panels right here that hold itself in position. And then it has landing gear on it, like airplane landing gear, and you deployed it. And your landing gear allowed the structure to move. Now watch. We take Herbal here, who's a pad crew. Watch. Want to know how well we got the weight balance for this thing? Watch this. Those stations right there are for trucks to line up with the refueling umbilicals. You could, you get back in. I highly recommend this. Great way to teach about Aero. Works with stock Aero. I think I have Wind Tunnel installed. I'm pretty sure we installed it for Star Raker Snackless. I forgot about that. So we gotta just give her a little bit more oomph. And the whole structure will move over my launch pedestal. And then there's a bridge crane at the top that uses hydraulics. And the tracks for the bridge crane are a structural fuselage that goes around a fairing. Those two fairings right there are my rails for my gantry crane, and you can push it back and forth. And then if you, see, there's a bunch of hydraulics that are clipped inside of each other, and there's your bridge crane. See? See, if we did something like Kerbal attachment, we did something, if we put like KAS in here, I could just make it our cable instead of the hydraulics that go up and down, and we could just pick stuff up. But it was fun making this out of stock parts. But yeah, that's the launch facility. Dude, we played through an entire career mode save, upgrading all the facilities, and I never launched one thing from that launch pad. I built all my own launch complexes. I never put something out on that pad and hit the launch button. Everything was built. Every rocket had to be assembled. That was my rules for mission mode. Yeah, it was much easier to get a truck to push this thing back and forth. You could hitch a truck to it and move it. Did I move it from the SPH? So, Cunny, what I would do is inside of the VAB, I would move it in the editor off to the side. We would move the stuff off to the side and then hit the launch button, and it would place the pad out and place the horizontal integration facility out. And then what the bonus from that is that because these were over here, I could spawn stuff right here on the pad. So it could, bring out a first stage, bring out a second stage, bring out a payload, stage everything right here, take the first stage, pick it up, stack it, right? Once the first stage is stacked, you roll, take the truck, roll it away. Second stage truck with payload pulls in, you pick that up, you stack that, and move the HIF out of the way, fuel the vehicle up, and send it. I also have rails on this side over here, and the rails on that side were for a crew access tower and a crew access tower and yeah, crew access tower and mobile service tower facility. I'll show you. I modeled it after the original Slick 2, Space Launch Complex 2. It's the Space Launch Complex 2 mobile service tower. Wind tunnel saved this project. Oh, nice. I wonder if I still have the crew access tower. Like I said, we could probably build. I could probably build this so much better. Probably build it so much better nowadays. There's a bunch of debris out there. Each of you saw it all out there in the water. That's all junk boosters and crashed stages and whatever. Obar. Oh, jeez. Huh. I don't think I ever built I don't think in this save, Ichi, I'm pretty sure I never built a heavy recovery vehicle, like a heavy recovery ship. I don't think I ever built one for the save, so that debris kind of stayed out there. I think the only thing I really had was the hauler. K200 water launch. Oh, I was building a trailer. Building a trailer for the boat. All right. You know what? Let's do that. We'll start by fixing the rib, the rigid inflatable. Let's just see if I still got it. Let's get out of the mission mode do save, and I'll move that file over into the engineering mode save, and we'll start screwing around with it. But yeah, that's MM2. It's basically been paused since the SSTO blew up, and I was just like, I'm done. Yeah, it was not great. That was not a fun thing to do. I also kind of want to fly that A400 plane around. I seem to recall that plane flying very, very well. Kind of want to see. I'll do that first. Oh, Yuri, at one point I had a whole dock. I built a whole heavy dock and I had a whole recovery fleet, just like SpaceX. I built Megan and Shannon. They were called Go Searcher and Go Navigator at the time. And I used it in a much older save to pull capsules out of the water, just like they did with the A-frame on the back of the ship. And I had to move the ballast tanks around. And we later figured out that that's the reason why SpaceX has the Dragon's Nest thing that moves the Dragon amidships, so the ship doesn't list fore and aft. That was the whole idea. They move the Dragon amidship so the back of the ship isn't sinking into the water because Dragon's heavy. Yep. So I had to make my ship do that too. Actually, I don't think I ever made my ship do that. Either way. Oh yeah. Love to see Mission Mode 3. Technically, I did do Mission Mode 3. Mission Mode 3 was not hardcore rules, and I used it to make CTS 5, my best version of the space shuttle stack. And then we used that to build the space station. That was the third save. And then I just wanted to use the shuttle to build the station, and then I stopped doing Mission Mode 3 and started playing engineering mode and did a grand tour using a Kraken drive. We built that for this. One ship to land on every single planet. And moon, except for the gas giants. We built the Endurance, and then I ended up not using it, which is just a shame. Because it wasn't ready, I didn't have everything figured out. The Endurance is a monster. It's based off of the Donager from The Expanse. It has Kraken drives in it. It has regular propulsion, but it also has a Kraken drive in it, which basically allows you to accelerate for infinite speed for a very long time. Yeah. Freaking engine room right there. Yeah. It's a good design. It had a whole payload bay in the back. You could put whatever in here. It had ISRU. You can use it you could land down on planets, right? Using the conventional propulsion, fill up with fuel, use the Kraken drive to pop out. It has a whole docking bay in here. Problem is that it's 1,000 parts, so it's a lag fest no matter where you go. That is the one with the cargo bay Kraken drive raid. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Tachi goes there. That's right. Yeah. Yep. All right, where's that A400 plane? I want to see that. Or A200. I guess, if I'm remembering right, like, where do we wind tunnel this thing? How do we... Oh. Look at this. I forgot all about this, dude. Freaking wind tunnel. It'll tell you how well it flies. It'll show you its entire flight envelope. This thing really likes about 7,500. All right, let's see. Solar Thermal Propulsion Supernova by Portal Space Systems has plenty of former Blue and SpaceX talent. Critical design review is due soon. Worth a glance sometime. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, We'll talk. We can check that out during Space News, May. He's on a controller. Okay, flaps are down. Aileron control. Rudder control. Okay. Oh yeah, they're on a hold down. Yeah. I was gonna say, I haven't done this in a little while, so. Positive right, gear up. Not bad. Yeah, it flies pretty good, man. So without SAS on, we should be able to trim this thing out. Yep. Yep, that's what I meant this thing to do. Really, basically has zero negative or positive pitch moment. Just flies. So, what that means is positive or negative pitch moment is basically if you let go of the controls, does the plane want to nose down or does it want to go up? There's no negative or positive control moment. It just basically sits there. So with the controls, basically at 0, 0, and 0, it has no pitch moment, nothing, which means it'll just keep going up. It'll just keep slightly going up for a long time. Yeah, the throttle also has something to do with it, but the throttle should. So having the engines mounted up here puts my center of thrust above my center of mass. The center of gravity of the plane's down here somewhere. But my angle of incidence on the wings, particularly my horizontal stabilizers, is tilted down. My horizontal stabs, right, are actually angled down just a little bit. It's just a tiny bit. And what those are designed to do, when you throttle the engines, right, it's going to want to make the plane nose down. But as you speed up, those things just being pointed slightly down basically counteract that negative pitch moment with positive pitch moment, and the plane basically flies straight. I did that on purpose. It makes it very easy to fly. It's very simple. That's good plane design, dude. You don't want your control surfaces to be doing something. You don't want your control surfaces to be basically to. You don't want to move your control surfaces into a position, or you don't want to have your control surfaces being used to get the plane to fly straight. Control surfaces are just that. They're used to control. Your wings should be what gets the plane to fly straight, more or less. I mean, modern planes are a little different than that, but. Hey, outdoorsman. This plane taking inspiration from an early Learjet. It's supposed to just look like a small business jet, yeah. I never really tested the range, but we know it doesn't fly higher than 10,000. Kerbal Wind Tunnel told us that. Except fly-by-wire in unstable fighters. Yeah, this is not designed to be like that. This is designed to be extremely stable and extremely forgiving. Think a Cessna, or like a Citation CJ4 or something, or a Learjet. Pick one. See, if you throttle up, plane will just want to fly straight. That's a Jetstar. Something like that. Oh, the Aero UI. That was muscle memory. See? You let go of the controls and it just wants to stay going in the direction that you last left it. That's a really nice flying plane. And the other thing is that because of this, because the wings are what makes the thing fly straight and not necessarily the control surfaces or the engines can be used to focus more. The engines can be used to focus on making you go forward. The thrust isn't, you're not using the thrust of the motors to keep you up in the air. It'll just stay up in the air. That's why I put 4 of them on there. The original, I remember, the original had 2, and I was like, I don't like this. So we jet started and put 4 on the thing. Possible to get some more fast in the speed? Alpha, we're going 200 knots. That's pretty good. 200 knots at 5,000, well, not 5,000 feet. We're kind of, what's above sea level? Yeah. We're going 200 knots at 5,000 feet. That's pretty good. It's pretty fast. There's ramjets in this game, Mowgli. You can put them on things. Oh yeah, it's 1.1 snackless. Yeah, meter. I'm thinking miles an hour. It's meters a second, so it's 3 times that speed. Yeah. Yes. I mean, even better. 450 miles an hour at 5,000 feet is pretty quick. That's fast. Yeah, for some reason, I haven't played Kerbal in a long time. My brain registered that as miles an hour. I don't know why. Miles an hour to knots is 1.1. It's very close. But that's meters a second. So you have to convert meters a second to miles an hour. So times that by 3 and then times that by 1.1 to get the right unit conversion. I'm sure there's a way to go directly from meters a second to knots, but I do not know what that is off the top of my head. I just said something that's close enough. Attach some SRBs to it. Nah, I'm good. See, I put docking ports out here to be able to refuel the thing. And then I built a hangar that we could store the plane in. Alright, let's take her in for a landing. I don't like that this is a single-seater cockpit. I think if I was going to get a part mod, I would want a 1.8 I'd want a 1.8 meter cockpit with 2 seats so we could make a 1.8 meter jetliner. I hate that that's a single seat. There's no single seat jetliner like this, as far as I know. I mean, there probably is, but... Have you seen the volumetric cloud mod for KSP? Yeah, of course, Kiki. See, dude, like during mission mode and stuff, I even gave my plane registry numbers. So KA154EJ, Kilo Alpha 154, Echo Juliet. Yeah, pretty cool. I had aircraft hull numbers. I don't know if I put them on this plane. So, like, I would put a serial number. We had a flag pack, right? I have different flag pack that's basically just a bunch of letters and numbers. So you could make the flag super small and you could put serial numbers on parts. So like if I used a first stage with a second stage, you could be like second stage serial number 22, right? And first stage serial number 15 because it was a reused stage or something. That's the paid one. Yeah. There's a 2-seater 1.25 and 1.8 in Airplane Plus. I'll have a look at it, Snackless. Dude, it got to a point where in craft files and stuff, I was serializing tanks and whatnot. Like, a lot of my... we got it to a point where I engineered a lot of stuff to be swappable. Like, we could swap out engine sections or something if we really wanted to. Like engine sections of an entire rocket, and I had my engine sections and thrust structures serialized, and I just took a flag and put a number on it. Like, the flag is a physics-less part, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's not going to screw your performance. So flaps will generate a negative pitching moment. Flaps make the plane want to nose down. You got to tilt the nose up, and you got to have thrust to be able to fly at a low speed. Your engines have to make a ton of thrust here. Or that happens. Kilo Alpha 154 Echo Juliet requesting permission to land runway 27. Actually, I should say Kerbin Tower. We have too much. I gave this thing too much flaps. Don't crash? I'm not crashing. I'm trying to figure out how the plane flies. We're too high. We have too much flap. Yeah, this landing's definitely not coming down in the hash marks, but... that was not the way to land that plane. All 3 gears touched down at once. That's not really the way to do that. I think we dialed in too much flap. I don't think we needed that much flap. I was fighting the plane wanting to nose down. Ryanair landing. Yep. But yeah. Turn left next taxiway. Yeah. I'll get right on that. Anyway, let's find that boat. See if we can fix the stupid thing. What's the part on top of the vertical stabilizer? My horizontal stabilizers. Those are my horizontal stabilizers and my elevators. I don't have a wing up here. I'm using the control surface as my wing and my control surface. So it deflects. It's kind of like a fighter plane, but there's no wing that you could put up here that mimics this shape that gives you the right lifting characteristics that I was really happy with. Excuse me. Hey, Richards. Yeah, long time, dude. Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a bit. I'm amazed at how many OGs came back just because they see Kerbal. Well, I appreciate that, fellas, for sure. Have you tried an F-14 build? Yeah, of course. I have an F-14. Pretty sure I do. I'd have to go find it. Does a Boeing 747 exist in this game? Any plane that you want exists in this game. You have to build it. They give you a bunch of wings and a bunch of jet engines. You got to build the sucker. We've done all kinds of things. There's an Su-35. That thing is fun as hell to fly around. Can we get an F4 flight, please? I already showed it before you came in, Chief. I'm sorry. Your scroll bar is like a pixel. Yeah, Guru, we build a lot of planes, man. I don't think I have many planes loaded up in this save. Oh, I have that. If you know what that is, good for you. Sorry, man. It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it. I might just fly it again because I love Phantoms. Did you build any big turboprops? Nah, I don't really like the way that Kerbal does propellers, dude. They don't... Kerbal 1 never really did turboprops correctly. When Star Clipper? Oh, boy. The Snowspeeder flies terribly. You know, once a year to visit old times, then back to wrenching. Man, you guys really make me not want to do this. So, please spare me. I don't think I have the F-14 loaded up in this save. Let me find it. I have to go find the backups, dude. I have so many backups of Kerbal. I don't even know where the damn backups are anymore. Miscellaneous Kerbal backup 924. This is the entire game. That is the whole Kerbal backup from 2024. That's the entirety of Mission Mode 2 at some point of progression. I have no idea how far we were in that one. Subway terminal pictures? Oh, nice. I remember we made that stupid thing. Engineering Mode 22, ships, SPH. I made an F-14. It's in here somewhere. The F-4 is in there. K-78's in there. K-127's in there. 747's in there. The XB-70's in there. The Convair 990 is in there. TSR-2 is in there. Su-35. That's the same. That's a backup of the exact same thing that I have loaded right now. Where the heck is the damn backup? Hold on. I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. I know the backups are here. I know it's on this computer. Where the hell would it be? I found it. I found the original save. Dude, I got it. I found it. This is the E_J_ Space Administration. That is the mission mode save from 2018 to when we started mission mode 2. That's the mint chip save. If we go in here, I'll bet you all the parts are there. Oh. Condor 9, Griffin Station, Neptune, CTS-NG, Duna payloads, Enterprise, functional cargo, not functional cargo block, foreign celestial body lander, the modular landing system that we made. There's the K-14. Dude, that crap file's 10 years old. Oh, man. Yeah, make the legs retract, dude. Oh, no. Kerbal Exploration Initiative, pod recovery vehicle, refinery, water pod recovery vehicle. There's the boat. The Eurofighter Typhoon. That's an old one. That one's no good. Let's go into this saves 922 backup. Engineering mode, SPH. Let's see what fun is in here. There's all the big crane, the lattice crawler crane project that ended up not working. SLS, old shuttles, Falcon 9. I built Falcon 9's transporter erector, for the people that don't know. I built the 39A transporter erector, an entire pad complex. It was like 1,600 parts. But it was fully reusable. Oh yeah. It just took a long time to reuse something. Transport Deconstruction Recovery Vehicle, the TDRV is in there. Oh boy. What am I looking for? Ganymede mock-up. I don't know what that is. Hawking drives. There's the Nautilus. HTP ship design, yeah. Kraken drive thing. We accelerated that thing to 300,000 meters a second. 0.1 C. Fastest thing I've ever made in Kerbal. I can't even make a simple SSDO without devolving into the vehicle every time. The tuk-tuk is in here, dude. Yeah. Getting flashbacks like the end of Ratatouille. There's the original Jebstone prototype. F4, K5C. 892 kilobytes. That's a C5. Yeah. That's not an F5. That's a C5. There's the F14. I think... Well, that one's from 2022, so let's take that one and we'll put it in our current save. Okay, so we got an F14 in here now. That's an F15, I know that. Put that in here. That's a poorly made F16. I really couldn't ever get it right. I couldn't get it to look correctly. There's an F-18. That's an FA-18. Not a Super Hornet. There's an F-22. K-29 is the tuk-tuk. We messed with that a lot. That's an Su-47, and I don't like it at all. These are all my planes now. Damn. Huh. Somebody asked if I ever made something with swing wings. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Oh, there's all kinds of good stuff in here. There's all kinds of good stuff in here. Oh, yeah, we're getting a lot of good stuff in here. Oh, wow. Look at all this good stuff. There's a bunch of good stuff in here. Oh no, the KU-47 is the Berkut. There's so much stuff in here. Oh God, no. All right, I'll put it in there just because we're here. There's the docks that I was talking about. There's Buran, Grissom, Energia, Scobie. Boy. All right. That's enough to have some fun. Let's see. Let's see what's in here. Taking a second to load up all these files, huh? Game. Hello? Have you made an F-35B? Yeah. I did at some point, dude. Why did I make it out of pre-coolers? That's weird. An XB70, we've made it pop, but it doesn't do the compression lift thing. Kerbal's aerodynamics just aren't that good. I remember when we couldn't say F-35. Yep. Never thought of doing an RC craft in the garage. Nah. We're going to make a remote-controlled craft, Mike. It's going to be a plane that launches on the side of a rocket that we come back down and land. Yeah, you heard that right. Why did I... See, this is what I mean, man. All my stuff is so jank, dude. Why would you do that? Why is the authority limiter so high on that? You don't need it to be like that. It doesn't need to be this way. These have wheel authority on them. This is all, bah. Bah. Roadway to the place that's not safe. We don't want to, copyright. Roadway to the place that's not safe. We're gonna take you to that place that is not safe. Yeah, I didn't really want it to do that, but. No danger? Would you say that you are flying into a zone of danger? See, I never really dialed this thing in perfectly. Look at how much control authority we're using just to get the plane to fly straight. This has insane negative pitch authority. If you just let go of the controls, it just wants to nose down. Not good. You really don't want your planes to do that. We never got an arrestor hook working correctly in this game, Rockets. It's really difficult for Kerbal to detect a collision at that speed. Well, I wanted it to do both, Lala. The problem is that I could make something look like it, but getting it to perform like it was really difficult to do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, this just feels right. Minnie. It looks, dude, what a cool plane. It's only after all the F-14s are gone that I'm like, damn, dude, this thing is cool. I see why people like that. I like the F-14, but I was always a bigger fan of the F-4. I think the F-4 is cool. But, nah, F-14s are pretty damn cool, man. Damn, the brakes in this game are good. Brakes on planes don't do that. If we tried to slam full brakes there, we'd break the landing gear would snap off. Well, maybe not on an F-14, but you get the idea. A multi-roll, so it had to go. Dude, guys, you know how we have the Super Hornet now? Well, back then it was the Navy was looking for a fighter, and they were either going to make a Super Hornet or a Super Tomcat. Super Tomcats would have been pretty neat, man. Hey, babe.
Hey, I just wanted to come in and check on your back and make sure you're doing okay.
I'm doing all right. I'm just immobile.
Okay. As long as you're surviving.
Yeah, I'm all right. Thank you for checking on me. Love you too. Bye, Titan. Yeah, the last versions of the F-14 were quite good. They were really good planes. The reason why the Navy went for the Super Hornet over a Super Tomcat is because of the maintenance, as far as I can tell. The maintenance, the swing wing, dude, it's such a pain in the butt to get that thing to work right. I've talked to AMPs that work on this. They say it's an awesome plane, but that's just such a pain in the butt, dude. It's just another thing you have to fix. The maintenance downtime on these planes is why they went with the Super Hornet instead. As much as I hate admitting it, that was probably the right move. Plus some other Rule 8 stuff with Iran. I mean, that was a little bit later. The crappy part is because Iran had F-14s, albeit F-14As, which are a completely different plane, to be honest with you. The government found out that people were buying F-14 parts on the black market. So they dealt with the people that were doing that, and then they scrapped the entire F-14 fleet. There's still a bunch of them around, guys, but they're shells. They destroyed everything, all the accoutrement for this plane. The F-14s that are around, the shells that are there are just that. They're just shells. It's the carcass of an F-14. Which is why everybody's bumming out nowadays, because the last operational F-14s just got blown up the other day. You want to figure that one out? Go Google it. I'm not explaining that one. The B-1 is the only survivor. Well, the Tupolev 160s, the Blackjacks, those are still around. Which is a shame. There's never, I'm not sure there's even enough parts or tooling to make an airworthy F-14 out of what you have. So that kind of blows, but it is what it is, dude. I wonder what this thing's about. Ah. Nice. That's a 747-100 that I put 4 G90s on. So it's a 747 with 4 777 engines. I'm pretty sure if you did this in real life, it wouldn't end well. Pretty sure if you did this in real life, the wing would rip off from the amount of thrust. It's almost a meganewton of thrust coming from each wing. Actually, it's more than a meganewton of thrust coming from each wing. That's it's a lot of thrust. There's this thing. Somebody asked me if I did swing wings. Yeah. Yeah, we did swing wings. No, I'm not flying it. It does not fly well. It does not fly well at all. Yeah, I used that 747 to make a shuttle carrier, Nova. Yep. That right there is a Boeing 2707. It was Boeing's answer to the Concorde. We made it. Badly, but we made it. What do you think a 747-10 would look like? I don't know. Dig the shirt. Thank you, reindeer. I mean, that we got that thing to fly. It's just poo-poo. I'm wondering if anybody recognizes this. Any Jack Northrop fans out there? This is a Northrop YB-49. Add props to it. No. Yep. YB-49. I built it in one stream. I don't know why I chose to do the swept wing all the way through. We could have very easily just made that not out of swept wings and used wing tessellation to fill that up. But, oh, I never finished the bottom of it. Yeah, it's probably because it flies right. Yep, YB-49. Prototype flying wing. YB, more like YB made it all. Hey, Maddie, what's going on? Yeah, it had two cockpits. One up here and one in the back. I don't know why they put one in the back. I think it was a tail gunner or something. Because this, remember, this it's World War II era. Jack Northrop made the YB-35. So check this out. The YB-35 was a propeller-driven flying wing. That was Northrop's bid for World War II. They wanted to, you know, there was the B-24, B-17. Northrop was like, dude, we can make these and you can make that bombers, and they didn't go for it. They didn't go for it. And then a little bit later, Northrop developed in 1947. They developed the YB-49, which is what we made, which is the same thing, but with jet engines on it instead. See? Operational. It flew. They didn't go for it. Don't worry, Northrop had the last laugh there. Well, Northrop Grumman, I should say. Don't worry, Northrop finally made their flying wings work in the 70s and the 80s. And then actually, that thing. You know what the interesting thing is? The B-21 program, guys. Under budget, ahead of schedule. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. In a plethora of government contracts where everything is behind schedule and everything is over budget, B-21 program, actually under budget and ahead of schedule. Yeah. Think about that next time. What's the advantage of flying wings? Well, the flying wings in this application, so Jonas, for the YB-35 and the YB-49, it was it's simple. It's simple. It's easier to make. It's not nearly as much manufactured. Basically, you're essentially assembling a wing spar, and that's about it. Simple, very very simple to make. It's a freaking wing. The Horton brothers in Germany during World War II had the same idea. A very similar idea. It's easy. It's easy to make it, right? You don't have to manufacture a fuselage and all these wings and all this other stuff. No, you're just making one wing. It's not hard to make, right? The problem is that the YB-35 was behind schedule. Like Northrop tried to get it ready during World War II, and turns out that when you have an analog flying wing, it's a little bit difficult to get it to work. So it was behind schedule. And that's why they said, screw it, we don't need propellers, let's put jet engines on it. In the late 40s, they proposed it. They proposed it as the next generation bomber, and it lost. The YB-49 lost to the B-47. If I'm remembering that right, I'd have to go look. But yeah, the B-20, in the applications of the B-2 and the B-21, this wing shape is better for stealth. The signature, the radar signature from this type of shape is very small. That and the radar absorbent material. Yeah, Nova, right? Pretty cool, huh? Jack Northrop loved flying wings. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he loved flying wings. He loved flying wings so much that he left. Yeah, I had to remember this. I had to read this. I didn't remember this off the top of my head. He worked for Douglas. Douglas was in El Segundo at the time. And he didn't like it. So he started Northrop. He started it down the street in the late 1930s. Do you want to see? Here, let me show you a little trip down memory lane, shall we? So if you look at a map, this is Southern California. El Segundo's over here. Douglas's old aircraft manufacturing facilities, you could still see them. They're there. This was a plane manufacturing facility once upon a time. This is the old LA Air Force Base. It's not that anymore. But yeah, it's connected into LAX and stuff. Right? You could see I think actually that was a North American facility, if I'm remembering right. I think they made P-51s there. Oh no. Well, it's Northrop Grumman now, but that's an old aircraft manufacturing plant. So, Northrop said, fine, I'll take my ball and go home. And he went down the street to Hawthorne and built his own airport over there. And then built an aircraft manufacturing plant over here. That's Hawthorne, man. Yep. Hawthorne is all the ex-Northrop facilities that were here. Yep. SpaceX. Yep. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, so he built another airport over here. And there's a reason why this road right here is called Jack Northrop Avenue. Jack Northrop and Crenshaw. SpaceX headquarters. I've seen that booster in person. Yeah, me too, man. I saw it land in person. That's 1019, 1019. I saw that sucker land. I was there. I saw it fly and I saw it land. And then I stood up close to it. Now, Victory, did they let you inside of the fence? Because they let me inside of the fence. I have a picture of me standing right where my mouse cursor is next to that thing. Did you lick it? They would not let me. But yep, there you go. SpaceX owns a good bit of this manufacturing space. If you're wondering where they make Raptors and stuff, it's pretty much all this sucker nowadays. Fun fact, for the longest time, SpaceX actually, see that parking lot right there? They rented that parking lot, or at least I think it was that parking lot. Here, if we go back and look at this at like 2016. Oh no, it was this one right here. They use this parking lot for storage. Recognize anything sitting around in this thing? Did they own the airstrip? No, that's Hawthorne Airport. How about that Falcon 1 first stage that's just sitting there? This is all the processing stools and tooling jigs and prototypes for Falcon 9. They were just sitting outside. I mean, you could do that in California. It's not a big deal. I don't think SpaceX uses that area anymore. No, they don't. SpaceX expanded like crazy, and I don't know what they did with all that tooling. See, they're doing all kinds. SpaceX owns all these facilities, dude. I don't know which building's which. There's all kinds of stuff in here. So, fun fact: before SpaceX bought these facilities, but after it was Northrop, right? This was Triumph. They were making 747 parts in here. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this facility is for Starlink. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's what that's for. Half of these facilities are owned by Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's design studio is here. Yep. That's where every single Tesla was designed. So, the original Roadster, Model S, Model 3, Model Y, Model X, Cybertruck, Robotaxi, they were all designed in that building right there. And depending on the time of this, you can usually see, if Elon was here, you used to be able to see his Dassault Falcon. Yes, Elon's private jet is a Falcon. Why wouldn't it be a Falcon? Obviously, it's a Falcon. Duh. What is he not going to have a Falcon? The Boring Company tunnel's over here. Yeah, and if you guys notice, look, there's a 9-meter ring right there with an elevator. I'll give you 3 guesses what they were doing with that thing. That's Starship's elevator. See? They were testing it there. They did their favorite thing with all that old tooling. They scrapped it. Yep. That's the original boring tunnel prototype. It goes down here, it goes down this road, and it comes out over here somewhere. Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, see? Pops up right there. My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. Man, I haven't actually looked at this in a long time. This is all SpaceX now, isn't it? Holy cow. I knew they had all these facilities, but dang, man. It's all SpaceX. Always has been. Look at all this stuff, man. Damn.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, what the heck is that, dude? Wonder what they were testing. Is that a Pez dispenser? I don't know, Dean. There's all kinds of good stuff in here. Pneumatics, cryo testing, substation. Dude, I can't believe that. I remember when it was like, you know, I remember when SpaceX was just this facility right here, and I was like, man, that's a huge rocket factory. That's so cool. No, it's pretty much all this now. That's wild, man. See, like, what's that? What is that thing right there? Load testing? It looks like a load test article or load testing jig. There's a bunch of stuff back here. I haven't, dude, what? See, I'm wondering what the hell that thing is, because it's definitely spaceflight infrastructure. I'm pretty sure. Definitely doesn't look like something that a regular company would have, but then again, I don't know. Anyway. Yep. What else do we got in here? Did I build the Canberra? Oh, I built the WB-57. Nice. Yeah, it might be hired, yeah. Ooh. Why did I make it out of radiators? We could have just used a fairing, jeez. I should have used a fairing for the damn fuselage, holy balls. Do you think they could move Raptor manufacturing to McGregor? Nah. Showcase MLV yet? No. I made a U2 at some point, Hammer Nails. Yeah. I made it for a Wings Wednesday. We did like a week of quote-unquote Wings Wednesday where I busted out a bunch of projects. I built an SR-71, built a U2. Yuri, you still here, buddy? Over in the YouTube chat? Look at this thing. That's a VMT Atlant. It's based off of a Masashchev M4. It's a Russian plane. They use that to carry you around Buran sub-assemblies. It's a Russian plane. Yeah, I think Yuri's out. It's a cool plane. Cool plane design. How many times did that crash? None. I don't think it ever crashed. I think it's still around. Ah. Who here likes going fast? Anyone? We built an electric lightning, dude. Oh, it goes fast. Don't you worry. It just doesn't go fast for very long. We run out of fuel. You try to go for a long distance, but that's the whole point. Do you have the Ekranoplan? No, I never built one of those. There's no ground effect in KSP, so never made one. Without the ground effect, your ground effect plane doesn't get very far. You can make hydrofoils, dude, sure. Oh, God. Way too much deflection. I don't think a lightning could do that in real life. Oh, that would have ended. That would have killed us. Whoa. But what the English Electric Lightning is designed to do is this. The British built this, the British commissioned this plane to have an insanely high power to weight or thrust to weight ratio. They built it for a high TWR because it's designed to shoot down Tu-95s. It's designed to shoot down Soviet bombers that got near England in case the Cold War got hot. So what it's designed to do is climb. So the Electric Lightning could do this. It could do this in real life. Get up here, shoot down a bomber, and then come back down. And it had an over-under engine design, not two engines side by side. It was over-under, like a shotgun. A U2 can do that as well. That's no. I don't think so. I don't think U2 is a reconnaissance plane, is it not? I do have a lot of fuel. Where did all that fuel come from? A U2 cannot climb like that. This thing handles really nicely, actually. That was a loss of control for a second. YouTube says the Lightning can go Mach 1 straight up. Dude, oh yeah. No, yeah, it can. What's the maximum altitude? In Kerbal, I don't think I made this plane fly any higher than like 10 to 15. Yeah, Lightnings are cool, man, because they go fast. I like planes that go fast. Yeah, Lightning is cool, man. It's a cool plane. This one actually flies really nicely. I don't Pretty sure the real lightning can't fly around like this. Yep. That's the lightning, dude. That wasn't my best landing, but it is pretty good. Come on, Kerbal. Wake up. Let's see what else we got. It's gonna take a second to load up. We loaded up like 40 crap miles into this engineering mode save. I never really got this to look exactly right, but I'm pretty sure everybody knows what that is. I'm pretty sure you guys know what that thing's supposed to be. I don't know why I gave it whiplashes. Why would... This thing should have panthers on it. Yeah, we used wing tessellation to make the shape. It's an Avro Vulcan. Yeah, I could make that. We could make this better. We could make this better, but this is fine. It's a Concorde. Lightning can go up to 65,000 feet, and Zoom climb to 36. Yeah, dude, the Lightning's a monster. It's a really cool plane. Hey, cats. One of those flew over a caravan my family used to own. It was so loud, I could see everything. The engine noise was immense. Olympus engines, dude. Here's another, another extremely quick airplane. Anyone know what that one is? Hammer nails, yeah, you recognized it. It's an Avro Aero. The last Canadian, home-built airplane. Yeah. You think we're the only ones that's susceptible to Rule 8 nonsense? This thing got Rule 8'd real hard. It is a cool plane. Very fast. Very quick. That's a fast one. It's a cool plane. I remember we made this, and we made it try to fly like the other one. Like the real one. Oh yeah, this isn't a plane, but I thought you guys would appreciate it. Oh yeah, Eurist, you guys got screwed. You guys got screwed hard. Tesla semi. Aha, the old fifth wheel. That was our fifth wheel design. You deployed that, the control surface in it held the fuel tank in place. And that was our pin. Dude, we could make a crack attack version of that so much better. Nowadays we just use a docking port and a robotic hinge. But yeah, that's how we used to hitch trailers. There's the trailer landing gear. It's freaking air brakes. Yeah, dude, we were making trailers and trucks and all this other stuff before they put robotics in the game. They have pod racing on Malastare, very fast, very dangerous. On one time on May the 4th, we made pod racers. They don't, without repulsor lifts, they don't really work very well. What new mission mode? This is getting me in the mood, dudes. Yeah, this is cool. There's a lot of cool stuff here. Here, what about this one? Oh, hello, baby. Nice. Oh, dude, it's so mint. No canards up front. Get out. Get out. Now. What's with the suspenders? That's what I use to make the intake geometry. The canards are stupid is the end of that sentence. I hate it that I had to put that stupid wing there. I should probably figure out a better thing. Yeah, nice, Dan. So yeah, there's an F-15. I mean, I made all these fighter planes, dude, but there's really no need for them in like a space program. Like unless you're doing altitude testing. Got any MiGs? I think I made an Su-35 one time. Dude, I could do this so much better. Why did I use whiplashes for everything? That's not the right motor. We could put this inside of a fairing and make the F-16 fuselage not look like Dookie. I don't know why I didn't do that. I don't mean the plane's just got a lot of good rockets from mission modes. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I never got the... What's in an F-16? F-100? Never got that to look right. We could fix that. I could make that look a lot nicer. Did you make an A-10? No. It's an F-100? Yeah, that's what I thought. Here's a plane that we did end up having a lot of fun with. No, I don't build junk schnibbles. How's your back? Oh, it's terrible, dude. Yeah, it's terrible. It hurts a lot. I mean, all I could do is pretty much just sit here. I had to have Brimo come and help me move the racing rig from playing Bean yesterday out. I couldn't pick it up. I can't pick up anything, dude. I'm useless right now. And then there's this. Does this even fly? Is that a vertibird? Kind of. Kind of. Not exactly. It's a, so I use this, we ended up building this for moving Kerbals around, like a very short range transport. It's got the synchros in it. Yeah, it uses a synchronizer, Chief. It'll probably break and crash and everybody will laugh. But now that I've said that, we've managed our expectations. This is an auto gyro, guys. Yeah, I don't care, Baron. I don't care. See, this is one of my later designs, guys. This has no SAS. There's no gyros in this because the blades spinning are the gyros. That's what keeps this thing nice and happy. It's just a little small Kerbal transport vehicle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It uses the contra-rotating blades for stabilization, like a Chinook. Put one on Duna, it won't work on Duna. And I want to point out that those engines aren't on. My forward thrust is not on. We're just flying it like a helicopter. So this thing was prototyping a synchronizer. This thing can run off one engine. If I remove this from symmetry, I never dialed it in. I never got it exactly right. When so look, if we hit escape right now, look, the blades are perfectly synced. That's part of the reason why she's so stable. My blades don't get out of sync. If one of those blades was rotated like 90 degrees and like it had one blade pointed that way and two blades pointed that way, you're going to get differential synchronization. It's going to cause vibrations. On real life, you die. In real life, you would die. Like, look up what happens when the blades desync on a Chinook. It rips itself in half. In Kerbal, the thing just starts vibrating around like crazy. But, like I said, I'm using RCS there as gears to make a synchronizer. So this thing the blades are always in sync, no matter what. They always synchronize. And in that regard, you could run off one engine. I could disable all the power from the turbo shaft on this side. They could run off one motor. It's not a big deal. In fact, what we could do is I could just put the turbo shaft right there. I could put it in the center and have one running the whole show. But yeah, she's insanely stable. All this movement that you're seeing right here with the joystick, forward, back, left, right, the pitch, the yaw, and the roll is from the blades because it's a twin cyclic. Can't do the motor trick that way, though. Yeah, we could technically, yeah. I mean, if we put another one in there, yeah. So, yeah, this is, it has 2 turbo shafts to be very sure, right? But there's a synchronizer. It's always going to stay in sync. So the end result is something that is absurdly stable. It's using Kerbal's gyroscopic forces to stay nice and synchronized. Now, this is not based off of any particular vehicle. I designed this. This was my own design. We hooked this up just because we needed a small transport vehicle originally. This isn't the original K29. The original K29 used gyros. Can real life blades have different angles? Real life blades have different angles of attack. That's what a cyclic control essentially does, May, if I'm understanding the question. Make it bigger? I got you. Thanks, Daytown. I would hope that some of the cool Kerbal contraptions that we've been engineering and some of the cool methods for making the stuff would transfer to working on the car, but I got to get my fabrication skills a little bit higher. Just because you can make it in a game doesn't mean you can't make it over here, you know what I mean? But yeah, but I digress. But I digest. Make it bigger. I have a bigger version in Tanny, but the bigger version does not have a synchronizer. So it gets a little shaky from time to time, but it does work. It works pretty well. Now, once again, these are not this is not an Osprey. It's not an Osprey. That's not what it is. This is an auto gyro. Let me show you. Oh, where are you? It's in here somewhere. I added all these damn craft files to it. Now I don't know where the hell it is. K29 EGR2. K92R3, there it is. So here's the bigger version. This one is about the size of a C-130. It's Kerbal scaled, but if you look at it from the side, it looks like a C-130. It's an auto spray. For the angle of attack question, this should clear things up for May. Oh. Yeah, so May, a cyclic modulate, look at that video, but a cyclic will modulate the angle of attack as it rotates around. So when the blade spins over here, it'll pitch up, and then when it spins over to here, it'll pitch down. That's how helicopters actually like move back and forth. A helicopter uses what's called a cyclic control to cycle the angle of attack during every rotation, right? That cyclic control will move the center of lift of the helicopter about the center of gravity. So if you pull to the right with a cyclic like this, you're going to increase pitch on the left side of the vehicle. Pulling right pitches left, so your helicopter rolls because it's increasing the angle of attack anytime the blade spins around to the port side of the vehicle or the left side of the vehicle. It's not port, it's not a ship. Yeah. It looks like a Mil-12. There is some inspiration from that medley, but that's, once again, that's not what I designed this thing for. This thing is designed to move light vehicles around. That's really what it's for. It's for light vehicles and recovery. Light vehicle and spaceship recovery. That's what this thing was built for. And personnel, too. Whatever came of the Grissoms. I just stopped playing that Slifer. I stopped playing the save with those in them a little while ago. We certainly use port and starboard in helicopters. Well, there you go. And if I just let it roll, Slifer, somebody would have said helicopters don't. You know, like, damned if I do, damned if I don't. You know what I mean? So here. So let me show you exactly what this thing does. Once again, this one doesn't have the synchronizer built in. But, little lesson on helicopters while we're here. Take a look. Watch the blades and watch my throttle. Right? Now, a cyclic will be able to cycle which blade is pitching, forward, back, left, or right, or port and starboard, Slifer, right? The other control that you have with the helicopter is a lever that's over here. No, it's not throttle, even though it has a grip on it that you can twist it for throttle. It's not throttle, it's blade RPM, to be very clear. That's called a collective, right? Now, if a cyclic cycles the angle of attack or the pitch of the blade as it goes around, what do you think the collective does? Watch the throttle. Throttle up, blades pitch up. Throttle down, blades pitch down. I bound the collective to the throttle control instead of throttle. Because that's more like how a helicopter works. And then I have action groups to set our blade RPM, essentially. I hear you. Also, long time no speak. Hope all is well. Everything is just fine. And then you can use that. We can push the cyclic or the collective up, and now we take off. Now, once again, this one does not have blade synchronization. I'll tell you why blade synchronization is key. It's something I got working with this one, but I never got it working with the small one. These things have a lot of moving parts. They like to crash. Now, like I said, this is an auto gyro. So how does this work? What does an auto gyro do? An auto gyro uses the helicopter blades in an unpowered state, basically as your wings, okay? So this plane does have wings on it. The K-92 has wings on it, to be absolutely sure. And it can fly pretty well with those wings. But, so watch. Let's start giving our main engines, these engines, start giving them some power. Right? And let's push it to the limit. Right? Let's really throttle up those Goliaths, right? That's fine. 80% power is good. Now what we do is get rid of our helicopter blade torque. We freewheel those blades. And let me switch our flight mode using a program cal. So we switched flight mode. So what did that do? Well, I set my blades to be pitched back a little bit. The blades on the end can actually move forward and back just a little bit. It's not an Osprey, right? They can move forward and back, right? Now they're pitched back 10 degrees. And what they're doing is pitch back 10 degrees with full collective down. What that's going to do is essentially whirly-bird these things into oncoming laminar flow, right? It'll whirly-bird them. It'll pinwheel it. When it pinwheels, right? When it pinwheels, these things start spinning. When they start spinning, they start making lift. Now the problem is when you go to turn, one blade's going to spin faster than the other. So I was looking for a synchronizer. Like, look, now they're out of sync. See, they're way out of sync now. And what happens is, if you notice, the vehicle is shaking like crazy because the differential RPM is causing weird gyroscopic vibrations. I didn't program any of this. I just used cal controllers to switch the flight mode. The flight mode also switches the control scheme. You go from helicopter style controls to not helicopter. Dude, see it shake? I was using the small one to try and figure out this problem. But yeah, now this plane can... Sorry, that's the Aero Forces overlay. They are bent back at 2.7. This thing should be doing its thing. I don't ever remember this thing wanting to do this so much, but whatever. So yeah, the synchronizer was needed, but because your blade RPM changes when you're turning, right? But the cool thing about this is that if we go back towards KSC, right, and we start to pitch this thing up and we expose the blades, we pinwheel them with oncoming clean air, right, they'll start increasing their RPM. So what we do... See, I have no power. No power. We have total loss of thrust here. Because it can auto gyro, look. The more we pitch up, gravity is pushing us down, and because our collective pitch is down, right? Gravity is trying to force us down, and forcing us down is making the blades spin faster. And if the blades spin faster, they generate more lift, even if they're pitched down. This is called auto rotation. This is how helicopters land in the event of total loss of control. All I gotta do is just modulate our throttle a little bit, right? And if we just fly this sucker, blades are gonna spin faster. This plane is an auto gyro. Auto gyros use auto rotation to fly. So, I gave my engines power again, and we is the left light on? Yeah, we went back into helicopter mode. So this thing can fly as high as a C-130, right? It can fly really, really high up in the air, like any other transport plane. But this solves the problem of there actually being no freaking runways anywhere else on Kerbin except the desert, and that's about it. I can land anywhere. Total VTOL. So you get all the benefits of like a Chinook, but all the benefits of a C-130 as well. Should try making the helicopter rotor out of elevons. It will have a higher RPM and auto rotation. Yeah, this was basically kind of when I stopped playing. This is where we were going with recovery vessels and planes and stuff. You can also do this if need be. I don't know what the benefit of doing this is, but you can do it. Like I said, I don't really know what the benefit of this is, but it can do it. That is a very fuel intense maneuver. Once again, I'm not entirely sure when or where we would want to use that, but it can do it. When you need to drop something large on someone? Yeah. Yep. So yeah, this plane has the range of like a mid-sized cargo plane. But it doesn't need a runway to land. It's VTOL. And if we could just get the rotor synchronizer to work, you wouldn't have to worry about the vibration problems at high speeds. But yeah, that's what it does. It's pretty cool, man. K92 is one of my favorite things that I've made in this game. Or one of my favorite planes, I should say. Somebody did ask me that, like, what's your favorite plane? This one is pretty much up there. It is a really, really cool design. It's not a V-22. It's an auto gyro. Differences. There you go. A small version of that turned via articulating nose, it would be the real one. Fine. I'll show them the inspiration. This thing's a death trap, dude. Under my Republic strong in the 30s, 3 years in, and already got trains running and profitable. Hey, congratulations, man. You know what? Let me get the one that. Let me get the 29D. That's the one with robotics. Let's get that one. Wow, so a helicopter isn't always auto gyro capable. A helicopter doesn't auto gyro. It can auto rotate, mate. And auto gyro is a little bit different. Auto gyro implies you have some form of horizontal thrust. You have a form of horizontal thrust that's spinning a propeller, and the helicopter blade is freewheeling. So helicopters aren't auto gyros. Auto gyros use auto rotation to fly. A helicopter also uses auto rotation in the event of an engine failure. Does that make sense? That's not. That's not. Yep. This is the Osprey one. This is not gonna. This is not gonna end well. Sorry, I'm stretching my back. It's possible to make an ornithopter. Yes, you could do that. Mm-hmm. Oh, geez. Okay. I never dialed this one in. So yaw works. Okay, tilt. Thanks, Bree. Not good. Really not good. Yeah, that thing sucks. I don't want it. I don't want that anymore. That's we should not. I don't want that at all. Kill it. I don't like that. I like my auto gyro version. But then again, we could dial that in. I just never dialed it in. It's all the parts are there. There's no governance for them. Like you can turn one engine without the other.
Go and throttle up.
I designed detents into my aircraft. All of the aircraft for a very good reason, because I forget how to fly them because I've engineered bajillions of them. About. This is when they put the firework launchers. Hey, it's me, 32-month resub. That's when they put the firework launchers in the game, dude. Oh, I put a 5-inch Cal 38 on the back of Go Searcher. I don't know why it's missing all the other parts. Send this to water. It pulls pods out. Yeah, I very much doubt that. Yeah, we shot it. I remember we put another boat out and we shot at it with the gun, which was cool. Yeah, see, I've made all kinds of boats, recovery vessels, whatnot, whatever. We should revisit making ships again. Please shoot something. Do I have to? wonder if you could make a hang glider. Can you cheat physics by flapping control surfaces to gain speed? Yes. Like I said, you can make it. You can make an ornithopter. See, this one has the pod recovery system in it, the APS recovery system, where you could. This was before robotics. I made my own hinges out of just different parts, and you could pick the pod up. I think we were using this to test if rotors have enough torque to make a screw, but no, they don't. You have to make ship engines in KSP. You really, we could overclock the torque for the. Yeah, you could do that. You could give it enough torque. One is for capsules and one is for starships that don't sink. Test it? All right. Gotta get her to water. There's no water spawn here. Graph Shark, it's not as bad as you might think. Oh, freaking back, dude, I swear. We're gonna have to start getting ready for space news here in a second. But,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
hey, Steegen, 48-month resub. Did you see Honda's making reusable rockets? Yes. I have seen this. Fondly remembering launching the carrier on stilts. There's no dry dock, man. What do you want? Not sure if you can OC the torque limiter. how you get ships to water, right? It's gotta do it somehow. I can't build ships near water. Oh, that's not good. Please fall back down on the wheels. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's good for it. Yeah, it didn't like that. Yeah, it didn't like that at all. That's something we just quickly learned, that it in fact, it really didn't appreciate that. I think I spun that propeller so ridiculously fast underwater, it delaminated and chopped the ship in half. The hydrofoil. Yeah, I know. I don't want a hydrofoil. The whole exercise here was to see if we could make screws work. That's not great, Baron. Use the actual propeller blades. I didn't put this idea. We didn't put much thought into it, dude. But yeah, here's the last thing. I wonder if what version of this one is that I made. Yeah, it's all right. This isn't the right one, but it is a Saturn V. Nothing is built to scale, and this is all built incorrectly. I think I built this in one stream. I think I built it in one stream, dudes, because the craft file was July 20th, so. I built a better one. There's so much funny stuff in here, dude. Is the Saturn V boostback what I think it is? I think Ian, I'm pretty sure I just took a Falcon 9 landing legs from Condor 9 and just crudely pasted them onto a Saturn V first stage and then boosted it back and landed it. You know, just completely ignoring the fact that if you deep throttled an F1 engine, I mean, that would make a really good flight termination system, right? Like make a really good FTS if you tried to deep throttle one of those things. It'd basically blow up. Good luck, Jeb. Good luck. Jebstone 6 was not necessarily that. That was the unicorn. Didn't you build the modernized Saturn V? That was from the career mode save, Snackless. I built Jebstone 5. That's what I called it. Jebstone 5. Hold on. Jebstone 5 Block 2. Yeah, I built a modernized Saturn V. So Saturn V using like regular, like, well, what would amount to carbon fairings, carbon composite fairings, etc., etc. Jeb, you might want to put your helmet on. Oh my god. Okay. Ba-da-dum, dum, dum, da-da-da-da-dum, dum, 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 da-da-da-da-dum, dum, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Damn, this thing goes fast. Oh shit. I don't think I ever figured out how to make this thing land, but you know. I think I put this on my Kerbal X, dudes. Freaking speeder bike. Intercontinental ballistic bike. And then I think the last thing. Last thing would be here. Bum, ba da bum bum bum, ba da bum 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 bum. It doesn't have a tow cable. There's no tow cables in this. There's no cables in this game. I don't know why they call it Hoth. Call it Kolth. Maybe dude, I might put Kerbal attachment system in here just for the freaking cables. Just, yeah. The only way to get any of these Star Wars ships to fly correctly was to, use gyros. This thing, having a freaking anhedral wing, doesn't really, just wants to flip over. It wants to fly upside down. Ba-da-dum, dum, bum, ba-ba-da-ba-bum, bum, 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 ba-da-ba-ba-bum, bum, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. We did make an AT-AT, and yeah, we did make it fall over. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble adapting it to the cold. Yeah, they use the repulsors for VTOL. Aqualex, yeah. Yeah, we don't have that luxury. Okay, yeah, this is making me want to play more. Yeah, guys, we'll find more dates to screw around in some KSP, and maybe we'll get back into the rockets. Here, let me check one more thing. I think I copied. That was the last thing I just did. I copied Jepstone 5 Block 2. Any landing you can walk away from. Yeah. Let's see. Yep, there's the modernized one. Yep, modernized Saturn. With kind of regular-ish fairings. And, yeah. It uses a conic interstage adapter like Atlas. Almost. Oh, God, my back. It uses a conic interstage adapter similar to an Atlas 5551. The shuttle on Kerbal X Kappa. No. No, it's not. Oh, I already have it in here. So yeah, that was modernized Saturn V. That thing was pretty good, man. It's pretty good. You lighten the fairings and everything. And like I said, instead of tapering up to the S4B, I put the whole thing inside of a fairing and basically took the top of something similar to like an Atlas 5551 and made a forward load reactor. That's what that's called. Works pretty well. It's a pretty good vehicle. It can put 36 tons and the S4B into space. So, yeah. The S4B is pretty heavy. Jepstone 6 was the unicorn. Oh, it's missing the unicorn. Damn. It's missing the unicorn part. Oh well. And on that terrible disappointment. Actually, hold on. Let's see if this we got to start space news here in a moment. But I don't need to take a break. My food's here. Is there anything else? Oh, there's the U2. Somebody said they wanted to see that. There was a request for Jepstone 4, something about stick rocket. Oh. There it is. The U2. Please go unlock it, I beg you. You can launch boats very easily from the Cove site. Oh, dude, I forgot all about that. Huh. I forgot they added that. And then I think this is the updated one. Yep. Eurofighter. And, yo, dude, she goes. This thing is quick. Very quick. I am good, Rooster. I'm very good. Make anything new. We made some modifications to some things and messed around with them, dude. We'll make more stuff soon. Should make a vegan? No. That is sweetest junk. I'm not making that. Tina, eat your food. Tina, eat your food, you fat lord. Here, we'll finish it with the SU-35. Watch. This thing's cool. Sugoi, sugoi. Come on, Kerbal. Pretty cool, huh? What the frick was that? I think I have an F-35 somewhere. Team is fun. I was doing a half pipe with an 18-wheeler. Oh, it can do it. Ha ha ha! Alright. It's pretty sick, Chubbs. I've made an XB70, yeah. I use it for high altitude testing when I need to basically wind tunnel apart. I put it on the back of it, Mike. Yeah, you can't do the compression lift that the real one could, but... We're gonna crash. I'm just over the VAB for this game because I flew over it. Oh well. Alright. And on that terrible disappointment, I'm gonna eat my food. Give me about 10 minutes and actually I probably should get up and stretch. So give me a moment here. I hope you enjoyed KSP. I just needed to get back in and figure out what I want to do. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It was a great time. Thanks, Jake. We didn't just buzz the tower, we buzzed the entire VAB. We bonked the VAB. I didn't bonk the VAB. We flew over it. Ever made a B1? A long time ago. Voltec, yeah. Kerbal takes forever to back out. Yeah, I think I just want to... I don't want to do a mission mode, guys. Not yet. I have to get back into it. We'll just have some fun playing around, building some stuff over the next, however long. Then when I'm ready, because it took years to get it ready, to get good enough to play mission mode, Play around with mods, figure everything out. Maybe use that Kerbal attachment system and make cranes, make like actual cranes, so we can actually like pick stuff up. So glad to see you tinkering with KSP again. Yeah. Oh man. Coughing hurts, breathing hurts, sitting hurts, everything hurts. Very annoying. All right. I will be back in about 10 minutes. Space news. No need to go inside. I don't need to take a shower or anything. So, back into modding like GSE equipment? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I would maybe need somebody to texture them for me, dude. I don't want to. Hang in there. I'll be all right, dude. All right, you guys know the drill. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD. And on Twitch, just chill here for a second. I'll be back in about 10. Yeah, sitting on the toilet, trying to... I hate this. I hate it so much. It's so bad. Anyway. You want to do some fun launches? Linux has an excellent camera mod to give you some panoramic SpaceX style launch views. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. T-Money, thanks for the 51-month resub. Anyway, I will be back momentarily. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for Space News.